Jambo, a very good morning and welcome once again. We are here in the Masai Mara and welcome to your live safari. Jambo, once again, a very good morning and welcome to your live safari here from Masai Mara. My name is Isaac and on camera I have Big James, and today we're very excited to be here in the plains, and we have just found this big bull elephant, but I'm going down towards the marsh, see what I can find for you. Remember that you can talk to us on #WorldEarth. I'm joined by my fellow guides in Southern Africa and also here in the Masai Mara on this long morning drive. All right, this big bull here, you see, he's been lying down earlier on and now he's up and enjoying the morning, feeding. The grass right now is very wet and I can imagine it must be very, very delicious. Remember to talk to us on #WorldEarth. Here in the Masai Mara, the weather is around 16 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for a morning like this. Bull elephants go together sometimes, and this guy is joined by his fellow mate who is further down. As you can see, he's quite a big guy, and they are separated quite a distance. There's nothing to worry when they're this big and this old. They're very comfortable. The only dangerous thing to them is a man with a gun. Just having a look of what is happening here, you can see how beautiful it is here in this morning. I don't know if you can hear the doves singing and the small birds. I'll just stay quiet. Yeah, I can say, thank you very much for welcoming me. It's a privilege to be back and to show you this beautiful place called the Masai Mara. Yeah, that big bull there, I estimate, he's about 40 by his size. It's always nice to see these big guys because they're so gentle, enjoying, their last bit of life. And without them, we won't have, the beautiful gene that always is needed to have a strong, strong families coming for the future. He doesn't have massive tusks, but you can tell he's aged well. Looking at his forehead, you can tell, he's a bit bony. Very much like us, as we age, we tend to shrink a little bit. But he looks like he's having a very, very good time. The bird, flying there is a yellow-throated longclaw, and I'm sure he's taking advantage of the trunk, disturbing the grass, and there's a bit of insects that are trying to run away so they don't get swallowed by, the elephant. So he's taking advantage of the little insects. You see that? Yeah, actually there are two of them. Yeah, look at that. They're coming back. I've never seen, yellow-throated longclaws do that. Yeah, while I stay here, let's take you to another live location.
From the other side of the Mara, welcome to this other side. My name is Tim. We have some elephants here, and very, very interesting looking elephants. They are quite relaxed. They think they'll be here for about an hour or so, but then they'll be walking to the marshes. And I think these elephants will be very, very interesting to watch when they go down to the marsh area. Now, my name is Tim, and behind camera we have Bungay. We have a very nice morning, great sunlight, and I'm sure because the dew on the grass will get over, we'll see these elephants walking down to the marsh area. Lots of young ones at this time of the year. We've seen lots of herds moving. Now that the wildebeest and the zebras have all walked to the south, they've left the elephants to have their big space. Most of the time when you find big herds of wildebeest and zebra, you don't really see elephants around. Lots of young ones there. And I think these calves will be one day in future be very, very intelligent mother as they learn from watching their mothers how they traverse from these areas, going up the hill and walking down to the marshes. They'll use the same routes. Elephant families get a success because of the intelligent mothers. And sometimes when these matriarchs pass on or die, depending on the size of the herd, they split up. Find a sister or an aunt taking over the entire herd. We have elephants here in the Mara where they have unusual looking tusks. Some are bent forward, backwards, some are even locking, which is so interesting to see. Tigger, thank you so much for your question. We have the savanna and the forest elephant. And then we also have the Asian elephant or the Indian elephant, where our elephants here in Africa, both the female and the males have tusks, while in the Asian or the Indian elephant, the females don't have tusks. So these ones are much bigger than the forest ones. And then the Indian ones, when you look at their ears, they're all like rounded. But one interesting thing about our African elephant, the ears shaped like a map of Africa. So we have those types of elephants. Quite bright sunny morning, there's dew on the grass, so it's also soft light for them to pluck and eat before it dries off, and then they walk to the swamps. You wonder sometimes, because the herds are split up, how they come together. And that is basically because of the matriarch. They communicate, issue a warning, when to stop for feed, when to go for a drink, and when to go to a relaxing area. This is so important when learning about these elephants. Now the young ones, if they are females, they don't leave the herds when they become adults. So by the age of 8 or 9, some will start mating, and the males from the age of 11 to 17, they end up dispersing off from the herds. Later on, those bulls will join older bulls who are nomadic. They roam from one region to another. And these younger bulls follow the intelligence of all those big bulls. And you wonder sometimes where these bulls go. So sometimes those younger bulls might come back to their herds, but then back off to the bachelor herds. And in that due course, when they are walking by the bigger bulls, they learn the survival tactics from the bigger bulls. So an elephant family most of the time consists of related sisters, cousins, and all that, grandmother. It's so nice when you watch them grazing here. And as you watch these elephants graze, we're going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
It is wonderful to watch Ellies graze. It's wonderful to watch Ellies in general. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kyle, and behind the camera is Glenn. Good morning. Sorry about the quick one, Glenn. We're just appreciating the beautiful moon. And what a transition it is from East Africa. In comparison to here, you can see how large this continent is and how these beautiful elements are moving around us. We can't get enough of the moon this morning. While driving down south, we have just been in total awe about it. It's sheer beauty, And those beautiful colors on the horizon. Those colors are starting to change and fade, and they're starting to move down towards the horizon as the rising sun creeps up further and further onto the Koronaberg mountain range. Beautiful blue, almost a purpley color in between there. Pink. How incredible. So beautiful, Marilyn. I would agree with you 100%. It's the soft, subtle things like this that we need to appreciate and really hold true to oneself, especially for memories. Sitting like this and watching the moon set is quite a remarkable thing. Sitting still and just being, within one's thoughts and being at peace and just understanding how lucky we really are. So our plan of action, we're busy moving down south. We're not too far from that little Cape Foxden. We're going to slowly sneak up there and see if there's anybody out and about that borough system. And then from there, we're going to make a decision on where we're going to go. We're kind of going to let Mother Nature entail our plan of action, our POA for this morning.
What a bright morning it is here in the Mara. There's lots of dew in the grass. We've seen elephants grazing out here. So we're expecting that during the day when it's hot, these elephants will walk toward the swamp and the marshes there, where the grass is soft, more water there. Look at this grass. It's all been depleted by the wildebeest and zebra. What a nice view. There's some people enjoying a hot air balloon over not far from where we are. So we're driving looking for signs of the wild. Now, what are the signs I'm looking for? Especially, I've seen a cat here, a wild cat. I'm not quite sure if... Bungay, did you see that? A wild cat just went into this grass. Just crossed the road. So those are signs of some of the signs that we look for when you're driving out here. Now, because the grass is too tall and the wildcat is a small cat, so definitely she is somewhere in the grass here. But they blend so well, you can't really tell if there's something walking there. I just happened to see it cross the road. But anyway, we've missed it, but I'm sure we'll be lucky with another good sighting. So, some of the signs that we're looking for, when you look in this long grass, when looking for cats, sometimes you see the tails flicking, ears flapping, or if it's maybe a cheetah, you can sometimes, because of the dew in the grass, they'll be up on a termite mound. Maybe it's a leopard. Sometimes you see leopards on a tree stump because it's a little bit cold, so you find them basking on the sun. Lions, sometimes because of the wet grass, there's lots of dew, you'll find them walking on the road. And of course I look for alarm calls. Maybe if there's impalas, Thompson gazelles, when they're snorting, or even topies, those will tell you that there might be a predator within. Also looking for hearing calls. So as I'm driving slowly, trying to find some game, I'll send you over to another safari vehicle.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. As you can see, we've had lots of rain throughout the night, which is very exciting. We've got some dark clouds, So we received about 30 millimeters of rain over the course of about 10 hours. My name is Eric, and behind camera is Owen. And the reason why we've decided to come up into this area is last night, just before sunset, around about 5:45, I think, a whole group of vehicles managed to find and watch wild dogs around this area. It's a pack of wild dogs that we've been seeing quite regularly recently. And so this is exactly where they are last left at sunset. Them being a diurnal species, they probably wouldn't have moved too far throughout the night, but they might have started to get active already in this nice cool weather. So I'm hoping we might be able to catch up to them. We'll just have to wait and see. Now, one thing I'm excited for, especially after a big cloud of rain, is the sun afterwards, and just to watch everything turn green within the next 2 or 3 days is really going to be special.
Jumbo once again, and look what we found. A pair of grey-crested cranes, so beautiful with this beautiful morning light. Remember, this is a bird that pairs for life. Spend a lot of its time on the ground, feeding on a little creepy crawlies, little, dung beetles, spiders, grasshoppers, even small snakes, even rodents, and a lot of seeds. They have a technique where they, pull up the little stems of the grass and peel off the seeds. Luckily, we have very many different types of grasses here, so there is plentiful of seeds for them. Looks like they're tightly walking close to each other, as you can see. And I don't know if maybe the male is coming into season. Unlike in other birds or other animals that the female come into estrus, birds either portray a sign of coming into season by doing a certain kind of behavior, either a call, a dance, and the females come, get these beautiful plumages that attract the females. With the grey-crested cranes, is always the job of the male to impress the female, where they have this beautiful dance. I hope I get to share it with you one day, where he, jumps up and down like a Maasai warrior, and then does a 360 degrees in the air with all his wings open. And usually that is the sign that, the language of love, I'll want you. And that's what he does. These two have been hanging around here. I have seen them before. There is another pair that David shared with you a few weeks ago. I also saw them. They have very young ones, but these two don't have any young ones. And I'm hoping to see if they will have young ones in the coming future. Mariana, thank you for your comment. They're exquisite. Yes, they are. They are really one of the most beautiful birds you can get here, and actually one of my favorite large ground birds, because they always don't fly away. They give you enough of your time, and they just wander off slowly, unlike others that run away really fast. They just stick around. Look at the view. This is what you get when you're here early in the morning. The one on the left seems like it has seen something. They have amazing eyesight. Jen, Jumbo, how are you this morning? I don't know what time it is there, but it's quite early here. You ask if these birds can fly. Yes, they spend a lot of their time on the ground feeding, but in case of danger or they need to change, location, they do fly away. They don't fly very high up, only about 300 feet, very low, and they can perch on trees in the evening. So yes, they do fly. What else do we have around, James? Do you see anything? Far distance. Yes, we have the stripies. Very happy, you can tell, wagging their tails. I'm sure they're very happy to be alive and enjoying the morning. You can imagine being out here at night with hyenas, leopards, and lions. And the visibility is poor, is very dangerous and scary. So in the morning like this, they are very happy. You can tell the sun is really shining on the back, so they're not cold anymore and they can see better. So they are really, really happy. This is the Bachel zebra, or the common zebra. We do have a resident ones. When I talk about that, I mean, we do have the migration where we have hundreds of thousands of these guys, but we always have a good number of them that are left behind to remind us that they do exist here. This is a small dozen that's led by a stallion and mostly mares and their foals. Here I don't see any foals. I would say the one far back left is the stallion. Sometimes you can tell by his really thick neck, and usually their colors are much more richer, the males, the black and the white. Yeah, this is the Bachel zebra. Oh, there's one more over here. It seems to be a sub-adult. They're very common all over here, and they play a very big role in feeding on this long grass. They also do provide most of the food for the lions, so when the migration is gone. So we are never short of these beautiful stripies, I call them. While feeding like this, you will notice every now and then they'll put their heads up to make sure they're not being stalked by a hyena or a lion. For defense, they can bite. I've seen them bite a crocodile while a crocodile is trying to get them in the water. And also they can kick, a kick that is able to dislocate or even kill a hyena or dislocate a lion jaw. So they are no joke. Yeah, so they have very good defense mechanism when they can. And also, before they use those, they usually can run very, very, very fast. Yeah, as I wait for these guys to approach me, because that seems like what they want to do, I'll take you to another one of our locations.
Now, on this other side of the Mara, we have a pair of secretary birds. These two are not active. They are actually preening, cleaning themselves. It's time of the day when they just want to clean their feathers before they carry on with the daily activity. Now, these birds are snake master killers. You normally see them walking on the savannah while they flash out prey. You sometimes see them going after rat, mice, grasshoppers, and even snakes. I once saw this bird battling with a pufferder. It took about 20 minutes for the bird to actually kill the pufferder. So these two, they're always in pairs. You find them sometimes roosting on trees. Even though you encounter them during the day walking on the ground, they actually fly and live up on trees. Now, this bird has been admired all throughout Africa. In a country like South Africa, it has been adopted in their coat of arms. When you come to a country like Sudan, it's on their emblem. So look at the crest, very, very interesting looking crest. I like the way they have their long legs. So they have a lobe in between their feet, especially adopted for stamping on snakes to kill them. Very, very good looking bird. Sagittarius serpentarius, specialized for taking serpents, hence his name. Linda, thank you so much for your question. I reckon the wingspan is about 2 meters from both ends. Very, very interesting looking bird. So they adopted the name from an Arabic word meaning secretar. Just like our old secretaries, how they used to wear high heels, a miniskirt, and sometimes the quills on their back were used to write. So most birds have a preening gland on their back, and they use that to clean and to align and clean their feathers. So as soon as it warms up, there'll be lots of activity in the grass. That's when you find snakes. Rodents also going to find something to eat. And these birds will be walking up and about for a hunt. It's interesting when you see these birds take off before they fly. They have to catch momentum like an aeroplane before they fly, which is so interesting to see. They just don't fly like other birds. They have to run and then take off. You always see them in a pair, but sometimes you can find them solitary walking out in the plains, on the grassland. Then in the evening they come back to their roosting trees. I once saw a nest that had lots of bones. We had snake bones, we had rodents, small birds, which is so interesting to see. They have a very big nest, and they also occupy a territory where they'll cover. So they come back to the same roosting tree each and every evening. And in the morning, like now, they come on the ground. Butterfly, thank you for your comment. Indeed, I can't agree more. Look at her now, she's walking. That is definitely how they walk to flush out prey. See the head facing forward, where the legs look like they're marching. See that kind of walk will indeed flush out prey in the long grass. Gone behind the bush. I like the way they're walking. They're walking like they're on a parade. See, marching birds. So this is one of the birds that is actually interesting. And to sex this bird, you have to be so keen. And sometimes it gets a little bit confusing to tell which one is the male and which one is the female. Look at the long legs. Emily, thank you for your question. They make their nest up on trees. So they look up to a very flat tree. I've seen them roosting on these trees, the balanites, and sometimes a tree called the gardenia, but they always roost up on trees. That is where they make their big nests. As you're watching and leaving this secretary bird to wonder about their morning activity, I'm going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Yes. Yeah, secretary birds are always exciting and beautiful to look at. Look what we just found, a hippo out in the open plains. And there is nothing more that I don't like coming across like a hippo out in the plains. Luckily, I have a car and we are quite a distance away. You know, he did show signs of being very angry with me and another cruiser that went behind him. Usually they open their mouths quite wide and sometimes, you know, portray to chew on something. Looks like he's listening to something. Maybe he's waiting for me to continue on, but he's quite a distance. Luckily, he can go wherever he feels like. He's not grazing, so I think he was going towards either where there's a pool of water, but he's very late. I don't know why, but sometimes this is normal. Yes, I'm talking about you. Look at him. Look how big he is. These guys, surprisingly, they can give you a run for your money out here in the plains, catching top speeds, 30 kilometers an hour. But, they have endurance, so you cannot outrun them. Those short, stumpy legs, I have seen them. They can run, my friend. Yes, looks like he's listening at me with James. All his ears pointed towards us. He's about 300 feet away, and I don't know what's going on in his mind, but I'm very alert, busy, because this is an animal that you don't play with. But this behavior is really nice to experience. I hope you're enjoying this. Talk to us. #WildEarth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. I hope you're enjoying, like we are here with James, coming across a hippo out in the open. Look at that wide mouth. That is what they use to pluck the grass off the ground. Yeah, he just stops there. I don't know what's going on. Looks like he has decided to head a different direction. What are you thinking? Shelby Jumbo, you want to know how big these guys get? They can get about 2,000 kilos. That's around 4,000 pounds, depending on where you come from. Here in East Africa, Kenya, we use kilos, and some very big females can weigh up to 2,000 kilos. Did you see that? The chewing? That tells that he is not very impressed with our presence. Look at the skin. Look like it's sweating. They produce what they call blood sweat, because sometimes when they really get sunburn, it turns pink or almost reddish. You would think, it's blood, so that's why it's called blood sweat, which acts like sunscreen, so they don't get extreme, skin burn. Looks like he's relaxing, or maybe he's hiding his head so I can leave. Look at that. It's like he's playing peep. You gotta put it back again. Or maybe he thinks he's hidden in that long grass. I can see you. This is the hippopotamus, an animal that's found in many lakes and rivers all over Africa. It's a pure grazer, feeds on, different types of grasses. They spend most of their night out, grazing on this grass, consuming up to around, they can consume up to around 40 to 60 kilograms, depending on their size. Yes. Looks like he's paying a very keen attention on us, James, so that Andrea Jumbo, you want to know if female hippos attack other female hippos. It is very rare, and I have never experienced this, and actually that's a very interesting question. And I would answer you as no, because there is no apparent reason why females should actually fight one another, because males will fight for the females, but females won't fight for anything. The males will protect them, around the pools and the waters. So females, don't fight, and I don't see any reason why they should fight. Yes, because he's gone out of our sight, now I have to move to a different location and see what I can find for you guys. But look at that view that we have. Who are those? Looks like some water back and some birds. Yes, I think I'm going to try and get closer to them. And, let's take you to another live location.
So on this other side of the Mara, we have spotted hyenas or laughing hyenas. You can hear them howling and laughing actually. Vocal communication is so important in hyenas. And this clan here are able to recognize, that is social interaction, squealing and a little bit of neck biting. See them chasing one another there. So that also creates a big bond between them. It's so important that hyenas are able to recognize their own call. So for example, this clan calls a member of them is in distress somewhere, they're able to tell, and they'll go definitely and rescue. So in this den we have young ones who are left aside to be guarded and to be taken care of by their aunts and cousins. Although hyenas are known to be active at night, it's not unusual to see them during the day. So in the early morning or in the afternoon, you can see them around their den. You can hear them calling. For the sound to go very far, they have to lower their head and point to the ground and then call. They have different kind of calls. So when times of distress, when times of excitement, sometimes you can hear them calling, hence the name laughing hyena. They laugh. They're so intelligent animals. Actually, these hyenas are able to recognize each and every member of their clan. And intruders will be fought off very, very severely. Now, a clan consists of high-ranking females, the dominant female, and we have the subordinates. An interesting thing is that males from other clans who come to join in here outrank the males from the clan. See how I like the way they bristle their backs and their fur. See the one leaving the screen now, that's a young one. When they're young, they're very much dark and solid spots. So this clan, I'm not sure how many members there are in this clan, but actually this is a den that we've just discovered. So it'd be interesting to come and learn how many members there are in this clan. See, that kind of play fight is also interesting because it enhances the bond between members. And they're always submissive to the high-ranking ones. So the low-ranking or the subordinates always submit to their ranking ones. It's interesting when hyenas go for a kill, or maybe when they've come to scavenge, they extend their territory by marking those places where they're eating. So for example, there's a kill not far from here, So they'll be marking that territory, and that is how they extend their territory. And depending on availability of food, they move from one den to another. Sorry, I didn't get that question. If you can come back again. What's that on the ground? There's just grass there, and nothing there actually, no food. It's just one of the hyenas lying down, and I think there's a hole there, there's a burrow where this is possibly their den. I'll be interested to know the alpha or the matriarch of this clan. So a strong neck right there, so playful. Sorry, I'm just gonna move to pave way for other people who are coming to this sighting. And as we do that, let's get into another position.
We are sitting here with our inside voices, and we are waiting. There's been no movement, there's been no activity, but I'm very hopeful. As always, you've got to be hopeful in the bush that things are going to materialize and plan out just the way you wanted. Obviously, animals have their own things they need to do and their own ways about them, which is totally okay. So we got a bit of a better position, and hopefully with the sun starting to creep up over there now, there's a bit of warmth that would be put down at that burrow entrance, and hopefully this little Cape fox will come out and play ball with us. So a bird flew all the way from Djuma this morning, and I know this bird. We've got a very good relationship. I've known this bird for years, and I can actually communicate with this bird. And this bird was in Djuma this morning, and this bird spoke to a special leopard, Tingana, at Djuma. And Tingana said that she had a dream last night. It's a very special leopard in Djuma, a very well-known leopard. Everybody knows her. Anyway, this leopard said that it had a dream. And the dream was that she had a dream with a little girl, 6 years old, by the name of Maya. And the leopard told the message to the bird to tell me that today is a very special day for Maya's dad, Sindar, and the family. So Maya said that if Tingana can send the message to this bird, to me, to tell all of you guys that from everybody, Sindar, happy, 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 happy birthday from Maya and the family. How sweet is that? Big happy birthday, and how amazing it is. It's a very special day. It is the day you're put on this earth, and we send you many, many wishes. It's such a special day. It's something that people kind of look over and, it's just another day. It's not another day. It's a very, very special day. And how amazing is it that you guys can be with us, and we can all be together on this very momentous occasion. So very, very happy birthday. So hopefully we have another birthday present in store for you. Sindar, hopefully this little Cape Fox comes out and says happy birthday, personally as well. So we're going to wait a few more, maybe another half an hour over here. If nothing materializes, we're gonna go scratch around and find something else. But you got to be hopeful, you got to be patient, and you got to hope for the best. So it's chilly under the ground. It's a nice, stable environment, but it is cold. And hopefully the warmth and the rays of that sun lure this little animal out. but patience is key.
I see these hyenas are mating actually, and I think that is what was in a frenzy here. Now the ones that get to mate are actually not from the same clan. These are members from another clan that came here and had to submit, so they outrank the males from this clan. How interesting. And then the young ones are coming to investigate. So actually, the matriarch gets to choose who to mate with her. Not all that can mate with her. And of course, it's so interesting when you get to learn that these male hyenas from another clan come and outrank the ones from this clan, and that they have to submit. So mating takes time all year round, no specific time for mating. So it depends on who comes into estrus, but sometimes I've seen that the higher ranking or dominant females would sometimes not like it when the subordinates come into estrus before her. Look at that one there. He's just come from a mud wallow. Look at how black it is. Coming to investigate and see what's happening, guys. See the young ones also coming to investigate. I think that was the kind of frenzy that was going out here because of this mom in estrus. Now the entire clan has come to watch. Sometimes fight might ensue. You find that male sometimes will be fought off by other subordinates, but then it has to stand his ground so that he can mate. See these two young ones, you can see how fluffy they are. Super interesting. So when they are walking around, you can see some others actually recognizing each other by sight and also by grooming each other. That is how hyenas get to know each other in this clan. By sniffing each other's mouth and also the genital area. That is how hyenas get to recognize each other. You see that young one is actually sniffing on the genital area. How interesting is this? So hyenas and warthogs, including rhinos, actually are the animals that mate for long. It's almost now 2 minutes going on. And sometimes from a distance you can't really tell who is a male, who is a female. Rosemary, thank you so much for your comment. Agreed. Sometimes from a distance you can't really sex a hyena because the females have also the pseudo penis. Actually, one significant thing that you can tell between a male and a female is when you look at the size. Still going on. See, the other ones have come to sniff and to check on her. See, by bristling their tails and bristling also their mane on the back, that is one sign that tells you that he is interested. So he's going to follow her, but I'm sure she's the one who to choose who to mate with. Obviously, she's not actually happy with him. Come on, get off. And then it take a while and then go back again. So this is a clan that will interest me, and I'll be coming here to investigate. And remember to follow us as we tell you these stories as they unfold, because I'll be coming to this den to check, and I'd like to know, I'll be keen to know the matriarch here. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. Kids questions at wildearth.tv, on the YouTube comment section at FC. We have lots of clans here, and I'm sure this clan has not yet been put into the database. So it will be so interesting if this clan can be put in the database and get to observe and monitor their movement and behavior. Look at how big she is compared to the male following. So the sexual dimorphism of hyenas really comes in very well, because the matriarchs of the females are actually bigger than the males. See, the one that went into a mud wallow, look at his size in comparison to the female walking up front. Seems like that guy from the mud wallow is interested as well, but she keeps them at bay. So she'll walk out, go somewhere, rest, and then maybe return back to the den, or maybe come back to the den and just relax there. But hyenas are known also to keep their young ones, or to leave their young ones back at the den, and then they go find food. So hyenas will not come to the den and regurgitate food to their pups, but they also bring food to the den. So around the den area, you can see lots of bones and lots of hyena feces, where they actually mark their den by defecating around the den. As they keep on walking, they have an anal gland that they mark on the grass stems, and that is how hyenas are able to mark their territory. They still she's still walking, and the male is still pursuing her. So we'll follow them closely to see where she's leading us. And as we follow her, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Jumbo, it's always exciting to see hyenas, one of our top predators here in the Mara. Now I have found another pair of grey-crested cranes, and they have two lovely chicks. I have seen these guys for the last almost 2 months now, and they are growing very, very, very fast. Remember, this is a very big bird that can weigh up to around 4 kilos and has got a wingspan of almost 7 feet, 6-7 feet when it stretches, and it's actually endangered, so it is protected. To see two chicks that are doing very well and progressing, it's really great. And also, I could say kudos or congrats to this couple for taking care of these two young ones. They're doing very well. You can tell they've learned really well, eating seeds as much as they can. Every now and then, the adults will, stretch their heads to have a good look so they don't get stalked, because they are on the menu. If they snooze, they lose, and jackals, hyenas, leopards, and lions will take full advantage, no matter how small they are, to snack on them as they wait for the next meal. So it is important for them to stretch their necks and have a good look around. See that? Watchful, a very watchful parent. Taking very keen, taking a lot of its time to make sure there is nothing around. Remember, they can hear really well also, but most advantage here is eyesight. I'll thank you for your comment. You love cranes. Indeed, they're actually some of the most impressive birds, unlike the others we have. We do have others with shorter necks, others with no necks at all, very short necks like owls. We have very tall necks like ostriches and herons. But these guys, their colors are what makes them really impressive. Thank you, Al, for your comment. I must say I'm very happy to see these 4 because I hadn't seen them for about 3 weeks, and it's always nice to see them and to know that they're still around. These are part of the few pairs that I know around this area. These are about 4 pairs that we always see, and it's always nice to see them and see how they are progressing. They're quite far away from water, which sometimes you do find them wading, slowly feeding on small creepy crawlies in the water like fishes when they need a different diet. But they spend most of their time far out, looking for more different types of grasses and also creepy crawlies. When they need to get out of here, they can fly back towards the water, and that's usually where mostly they reside, because they can go into the water and feed wherever is in the water, and also they can come out as far as you can see them here. They're quite a long way. It's quite a unique adaptation, and I'm very envious of them. Look at them, how they stretch their necks. Yeah, they're very close to the road here, so I'm gonna try. Yep. Emily, Jumbo, you want to know if these guys or these cranes pair for life? Yes, they do. They do pair for life. It's still a mystery how they find one another, but I have a very good theory, because being out here in the bush, I have come across almost a flock of 100 of them together, and I asked myself lots of questions what was happening. But after staying with them for quite a long time, almost 2 hours, they flew off, and they flew off in pairs. So I thought it was one mass wedding that everybody came to with their daughter or son to find, their potential mate. And that's how I think they find each other. And once they find each other, they stick to each other, and they're very loyal all their lives. Yes, when mating, they'll hide. You always see one by itself because they take turns to sit on eggs. Mostly they lay 2 to 4 eggs, and the mortality rate is very high when they're very young. Usually, of these 2, as you can see them, right now, if they're flying, they're almost guaranteed they'll, succeed in continuing on with their lives. But if they don't fly, they're very vulnerable, and that's why the parents have to be very, very watchful. Very, very watchful. It's always nice not only to see the colors, but the behavior. Look at them. The little ones haven't learned really how to just stop and observe what's going around them. But the parents, every now and then you can see, look at that. This, guys, this is really, really nice. I hope, you had good time enjoying this. I'm gonna move on, see, because there's some elephants quite a distance away, and while I do that, we have another live location, either here in Mara or down in Juma.
Okay. It is definitely starting to warm up. And I think I'm going to take my cup of coffee and maybe go put it there at the burrow. What do you guys think? Do you think they'll come out? Do you think they want coffee? I don't think coffee's on their diet. Insects and rodents and birds. That's about it. But absolutely cracker of a morning. How beautiful is a landscape being silhouetted in front of the sun, sorry. Just beautiful. It's definitely a morning for a Cape Fox to come say good morning to us and say hello. That's one thing about being at Tswalu is the ever-changing landscape comprising of 12 different vegetative groups. The topography or the layout of the land, which you can see with your eye, is extremely varied. As you move through from a northeasterly position to a southwesterly position, it's just this constant change. From having thick bush, grassy plains, tangled vegetation, mountains, parallel dunes, it is just constantly changing. We are really lucky on this continent. We're very lucky in Tswalu, but we are very lucky on this beautiful continent. The diversity and the constant change is so stimulating. Naidu, does the Cape Fox hunt during the day or the night? So in summer, when it is just too hot for this little animal to come out, in the summer period it'll be nocturnal, coming out under the cover of the darkness to go about its business, and that would be hunting, that would be finding mates. And then in the winter, when it does get a little bit chilly, they do operate under the cover of darkness, but they will also move around and about early mornings and late afternoons. And now with this bit of a colder period that we're having at the beginning of this month, this is a favorable period or time that we could maybe just catch a glimpse of this tiny little animal. So predominantly nocturnal, but then you'll have bouts of daylight activity. And especially early morning like this, you'll get the animal coming back to the den, or once the temperature has increased, this animal coming out to bask in the sun. Where Glenn has got you now, take a look at the depression that has been made from the animal laying on the soil. You can see this sort of elongated depression, and the sun is absolutely perfect now. That's the important thing about tracking and track identification. You have to put the track between you and the sun. So you can see now from the angle of the sun, that's why tracking is best early morning, late afternoon, is that the angle of the sun is creating enough shadow that you can correctly identify and interpret tracks. But that is a depression that's been made from the animal moving in and out. And now on the left-hand side, midway of the screen, that one there, that's where the animal's been laying outside this burrow and basking. It's a very efficient behavioral technique, coming out and absorbing sun instead of your body having to generate heat. And it's comfortable. It makes you feel lazy. You know, if you're laying in the sun early morning, late afternoon, you feel kind of snoozy, and it's comfortable and it's nice. So my understanding and my true feeling is that an animal would also have that feeling. Sitting outside, slowing things down, listening around, but then also taking the time just to relax, conserve energy, and having the available free energy to be harnessed is a very clever thing. So if this is a site, and if they do have pups, which we're going to be visiting here, we might not visit it every day or every second day. I might come in here by myself just to check, because I don't want to waste the game drive time. But if they are denning, that means that this female will be locked to this den, and the male will actually provide food for her for the very beginning part. of the history of this breeding period. It's really nice to get involved with something like this because you have it locked and secured, which is really, really nice. How large is the territory? Was it territory there? So these guys have a home range. They're not strictly territorial. Territorial is a very strong bond to an area around you. They would have a home range, and ranges would vary depending on local availability of habitat and as well as food. And I think I can remember somewhere between 80 and maybe about 100, 150 hectare, which would be a small area, but they will have a core unit where dens like this are obviously utilized. If another individual had to come closer, then there might be some aggression. But more home range than anything else.
Hyenas are back to the move, and the matriarch that was mating has gone back to the den. Now remember, we're coming to you live. #WildEarth, YouTube comments section at FC, kids question at wildearth.tv. So I have a suggestion for you viewers. What would you want us to name the matriarch? Because this den, I happen to have talked to the hyena research that is based here in this side of the Masai Mara, and they told us this clan has not been recorded in the database, and I would like to follow this clan and to get to know them better, because it seems like they've come ready to form a new den here. So what will be a suggestion? Please send us name suggestions, and then we'll be keeping you updated as we follow this clan. So the youngsters are up and about running. We've seen some of them getting into the pools, cooling themselves. Now, hyenas typically would dip themselves in waters to cool off their body. It's reckoned that because of how they eat big chunks of food that they swallow, sometimes their stomachs act like machines. And when they dip themselves in the water pools, they actually cool, and it helps them cool their stomachs when they are digesting. So younger males will also be around this den because the matriarch is mating, but I'm not sure if they'll get a chance, but she only gets to choose who to mate with because they are males from a different clan that come in here. So let's say, for example, it's not happening now because this has been a good activity when you see them mating, but then hyenas are known to take 70 kilometers round trip from the den back and forth to finding food. And depending on the availability of food, especially movement of plains game or whatever they go to find, they'll keep on swapping their dens. Oh, they're back to mating again. So that was the matriarch that I was asking for a name. So please send us a name and a suggestion. Then we'll always give her a name and then keep on following this clan. It's actually interesting how the rest of the clan, the rest of the members come to watch and investigate what's happening. How interesting is that? You can hear others howling. I've seen about Sarah, thank you for your question. Is this a new clan moving to another clan's territory? I don't think this is a new another hyena clan territory. This was not infested with hyenas here, so at least I could say that they're extending their territory. although these are not being put in the research database here, so it will be interesting to see if they will extend and be here in this territory or maybe move on to another area, because I've seen them for about a week now. I like the way the other members are watching. Hyenas have the strongest endurance, and because they don't kill their prey like other predators, lion and cheetah, leopard, they eat their prey alive, and because of that, they wear out their prey. They are known to travel at a distance of about 60 kilometers an hour, and they can keep up to about 40 to 50 kilometers an hour for about 4 kilometers. Can you imagine that? Who can outrun that? They have a specially adapted way of hunting, and which brings them to a success. Even though they are scavengers, 80 or 75 to 80% of their food comes from them hunting on their own. Super effective, super efficient, and one of the most intelligent animals also. See, oh, it's going to be a fight there. Samson, thank you for your suggestion. We'll keep that on record, and let's see who else comes with a name. So Nguvu, I like Nguvu, which means strength. So I've noted that down. So we're also looking forward for other names. Please send us names, and then we'll be happy to name the matriarch that name. It's interesting when you watch hyenas interact, because every day you get to learn a new behavior. By observation on their movement and their interaction, it gives you an insight of their world. Because they moved further in to the savannah, I will be driving off to find something else. Hope it will be interesting as what we've just seen. Remember, we're coming to you live from other locations, and I'm going to send you to another safari vehicle.
Yes, it is nice sometimes to have choices. I've just been choosing which elephants to share with you, just because I have too much. And here is a beautiful herd that's just crossing the road. Look at this. Yeah, this is as good as it gets. Are you okay, James, there? Yes, you can tell that they've just crossed the road, and it's white. Quite a good number of them, and surprisingly, unlike the herds that we've been seeing in the last few weeks, these are quite some mature females. Yes, hold on there. James, I'll try and change position. Do you mind? Okay, hold on, guys. I'll just drive a little bit. The light is not as good, but because it is very, very beautiful, it will be nice to see them in the best possible angle. Hey, I'm in no trouble. Okay. Here we are. James, there is one right here. I don't know if you see her. See her? Yeah, she's right here with me. Hi, how are you? I don't know why she did that, but maybe confirming that I was no threat, which I'm not. That's why I have the confidence to sit close to them, because I'm in no trouble. She's gonna come back again? I don't know. So rusticated term. Good morning. You want to know how common is tuskless elephants in the Mara? We have a good number of herds, about maybe 3 herds that have got very few members with tusks. So about 3 herds that I know. They're not very many. Yes, but every now and then we do come across, herds like that. There is a bit of communication going on here. I don't know. Maybe I drove on some lion urine and they can smell it, and that's why they're very interested. We're having a standoff now. This guy is only about maybe 10 feet away from me or from us. And this is a situation sometimes that you don't want to act. You just want to, let me see, what do you want? Look at this. And now they're only about 6 feet. She's 6 feet. And I don't know what's going on her mind right now. Beautiful. I hope you're enjoying this, guys. This is live. It's happening now. Yeah, this young female elephant has just decided to come and say hello, very close to me. This is a very good way of observing the skin, the eyes, the tusks. Look how close she is. Look at that, James. So beautiful. Look at the skin. The skin is about 2.5, 3 centimeters thick. So they're able to go into brush without any worry. The moving of the head is a sign that she is not very comfortable, but I mean no threat, so she's taking her time. Look at the ears, they've been pushed forwards by the wind, and I'm sure she's really loving that. You can tell she's closed her eyes. She loves that. Look at that. Are you opening them? Look at that. She loves that. What? Hey, now you're getting too close. Yeah, she's almost touching the vehicle. Jambo Rocky Balboa, you asked me if the Indian elephant is endangered. I think they are endangered. They are not very many, and the population where they live is increasing by the day. So their habitat is being lost rapidly, and also they're being killed by the farmers, also hunted by the tigers, the young ones. So they're actually not a very big number, so I think they're endangered. But that is certain to confirmation later on. I can do that this afternoon, but I think they are very endangered. Unlike these guys, they have come off the endangered list a few years ago, although they're still termed as threatened. Definitely there is something going on in the mind of this female, because I cannot tell you how close she is. She is too close for comfort. If you've never done this, right now you would need a change of pants. Yes, super cool. She's getting comfortable. Sometimes this is the only situation that you can diffuse a situation like this, is giving them enough time. Yes, communication. I don't know what they said there, but definitely there was a reaction. You can tell the matriarch has decided to move on. She's gone. She's farthest right, but the female that was here from the beginning is still here, and I'm sure maybe she wants to be assured that everybody is safe before she leaves. I hope you're enjoying this, guys. I'm really having a very good experience. It's really super cool. Yeah, you can tell that Bianca, thank you for your comment. That sound was amazing. Yes, it was. Yeah, there's a few more coming. Yeah, it's amazing. And I tell you, that sound sometimes, when you're too close and they trumpet like that, you can collapse, you can fall down. And in many cases where elephants are the cause of death, actually, that is what causes the first trigger, where if they trumpet that loud, you just collapse and fall because the sound is so, deafening. You just can't bear it, and you think they are right on top of you. You just fall down, and then that's when they attack you. Usually they kneel down and they just gore you with their tusks. They can go through you just like how a steak knife goes through, steak. That was amazing. They have left, and you can tell that after all, the matriarch decided that, there's nothing going on here. What are you, worried about? Let's move on. And they all left. And I'm sure with all the youngsters, that is an experience that they will pass on to other ones in the future, because that is how they pass on experience. Looks like the matriarch has told them, stop it, let's go, let's take you to a different area if you're not very sure of this area. Look at that. Super, super cool. Always nice to have such experiences with these beautiful pachyderms. Here in the Mara, they're doing very, very well. And this is one of the only few herds that I've seen with very few young ones. Normally, in the last 6 months, I've seen herds with up to 2 to 6 young ones. Here, there was only one. But maybe they're part of a bigger herd that has split, which is very normal. Yeah, they're going off the angle, so I'm going to try and follow them a little bit. James, you ready? Let's go. So we can try and catch up. Yeah, maybe, yes, they have joined another herd. Yes, there is 2 more that came out of the bushes, and you can see them over there. Now, James, I don't know if you can point them out. Over there. Looks like they knew where they were going. There's 2 that were just on the mound, and they're really, really happy. Okay, I'm gonna leave them to do their own thing, and let's see what's in our other location.
I'll also be interested to learn what those elephants will be doing later. Now we have come across a lioness that is walking by herself. Looks like she's following a scent trail. It looks like also she's on a hunting mode. She's walking using the path. See how sniffing on the scent trail left by other lions. Now this lion looks like either she wants to join back to her pride, or she wants to find food. When they're walking like that, they have to walk from bushes to bushes slowly, because sometimes we have reedbucks and other antelopes like resting near the bushes, as they get advantage by flushing them off. If you happen to come across something, you'll see how she will behave. Seems like she's come a long distance, so we're going to follow her slowly and see where she will lead us. So as we follow her on this mission, we hope that she either will lead us to another pride or her member pride, or maybe for a hunt. It's always nice when you get to learn and watch animals as they move, because there's lots of interesting things that happens thereafter. So we are within the core area of the Olololo Pride. So over to the marsh we have the River Pride. See how she's using the road. So when it's wet, cats don't like getting wet, so they'll take advantage of the roads as they walk, minding off their business. So I will stop here. I don't want to be too close to her. I just stop here and see what she wants to do. As soon as she picks up a scent, she will stop there and sniff a little bit. You know, when lions urinate, seems like she got something. Yeah, when lions urinate, they always rub that scent on their hind feet or either in their all feet, and as they walk, they leave a scent trail. So other lions use the same scent trail to follow up. That tells you she's on a mission, going somewhere, because of her pace. I can hear a roar. That's like a contact call. It's not a big roar, it's like a growl. Trying to locate members of her pride. She seems like to be in a hurry, so I'm still going to follow her and see where she'll take us. Sometimes on their mission to go back to their pride, they come across other wildlife or prey, and that can make them hunt. As we follow this lioness slowly to lead us, I don't know where, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
Okay. Sometimes they say when something is too good, you know, if some food is too good, you go for seconds, and they just decided to follow these elephants. And now looks like they're really on a move. The matriarch is the farthest one to the left. Remember, she's the one that initiated the move. And I've caught up with them. And actually, they walked quite fast because I'd driven quite a long way, and they've just walked towards where I am, and they're going to go past me. Where they're headed is towards the marsh, and I think they are going there because it's going to get really warm and they will need plenty of water. Looks like a good number of them here are carrying some babies, so maybe in a few months we'll be able to have more young ones. But one of the things that still amazes me about this animal that is so big is how quiet they can be. Their feet are padded, and they say just above the ankle. Greg, you want to know why elephants lose their tusks? They say with what has been going on and fueled by the killing of these animals, some elephants learned that tusks were the cause of them to be murdered, and so they naturally stopped growing them. Isn't that amazing? That's how good, and intelligent these animals are. So that's how they stopped growing them. Yes, I'm gonna change the angle because they are moving really fast. Remember, each one of their steps is around 5 of mine, and so they might look very big and very slow, but I tell you, they can go, they move really, really, really fast. Yeah, they have stopped slightly, and I think they want us to catch up with them, and I'm really grateful for them. Look at that female there, James. You see him? See her, sorry? Looks like she's gonna have a baby in the next coming months, and also the next one to her. Looks like she's carrying one, and I think that's why this herd doesn't have as many young ones as the other herds. This is an animal that was once found most of Africa, but it has been almost lost in some parts of northern Africa. They're doing very well in Chad, surprisingly. Here in Kenya, they're quite good. Tanzania, good population. All the way to southern Africa, they're doing a very good comeback. They were hunted in their thousands. There is a time about 5 years ago where we lost one every 5 minutes. That's how bad we are. But now they're coming back. They're doing really, really well. Over here, they haven't been hunted for almost 70 years. And that's why I'm able to get this close to them, because they see me as no threat as long as nothing has been done to them. And that's why, they're very comfortable here in the Masai Mara. Their numbers are doing very, very well. We have a good number of them here. Look at how graceful they are, taking their time, enjoying this beautiful morning. It's nice and sunny. I'm sure they're also cold during the night. They feed quite a lot, and they're always eating. You never find an elephant that's not feeding for more than an hour. Looks like it's time for me to tell them goodbye, but I'm gonna stick with them for a little bit because this is a very beautiful scene, and let's find out what's happening on somewhere else.
So basically, I'm like an elephant. I'm always eating. You can ask Glenn. I love snacking. Snacking and eating is part of life. It's enjoyable, it's nice, it's great. Beautiful sable bull set within the beautiful scenery of Tswalu. So he was standing under a sociable weaver nest, and as we stopped, he decided, no, I'm going to move on. And something's got his attention there. You can see his ears are poked forward, and every few minutes, he turns the ear, rotates the ear backwards to obviously hear us. But you can see he's absolutely dead still. Freeze behavior like this is one way in which you are blending into the environment. So movements are picked up by predators' eyes. They are designed to pick up on movement. And if you remain motionless like this, if there is an imminent threat, you do have a slight advantage and hopefully a little bit of a gap to evade hungry tummies. But you can see he's relaxed there now. But a really impressive set of horns. And look at those set of horns. So in this species, obviously being more open savanna type antelope, both male and female will possess horns. The females are not as impressive as this individual set. Okay, do you think we should move back slightly? Okay, just hold on. Oh, he's going to move for us. Wow. Really impressive. Those are formidable weapons. So, confronting a predator, those horns will be put down almost level with the ground. His head will be tucked almost to the side of his legs, and the tips won't be used. It'll basically be the rounded part of the horn that would be used as a vicious weapon. When males fight, obviously clashing horns in between each other are the normal way in how they fight, but these antelope will actually stand side by side and basically lash the horns backwards, using the pointy bits to inflict a bit of damage onto their opponent. He's listening to me. He's like, okay, I'm doing a fact check on you, buddy. Really impressive antelope. So the male having this jet black coat, females will be a light, almost chocolatey brown, maybe a little bit darker than the color on his ears. And so he will start his morning feed. He'll start accumulating all the material that he needs. He might actually start right now, on cue. Let me just move slightly forward for us. We've also been seeing them feed on the blackthorn flowers, and as well as the seed pods. Oops. Okay. Okay, here we go. Wow, look at that. I mean, he is a big individual. So being a bull, obviously bulls are typically heavier than females. He could be weighing anywhere between 180 to about 250 kilograms. So beautiful. It's definitely the right word to use for this elegant animal. Just him standing there. Look at the size of his neck and his shoulders. He's a very impressive individual. So he should start grazing, and that rumination process will also be displayed by this antelope having that specialized digestive system. And so what he'll do is he'll go around in the next few looking for specific grasses or types of grass that he will eat. And when it comes to grasses and animals grazing, some animals become very fussy on a specific species and as well as where they would eat on the grass itself. Oh, the biting flies irritating him. We've actually found sable when the flies irritate them, and if they're close enough to the vehicle, they'll actually run for the vehicle. And about 5-10 meters they'll veer off, and they're actually we think they're trying to waft these biting flies from them onto us. Obviously we're quite a big object, and
we're headed to the marsh, and there hasn't been much in terms of antelopes like I normally would expect in this area, but it doesn't mean there is nothing. These bushes and grasses can conceal and hide predators and also antelopes, because not everywhere is flat. As you can see, there can be ditches up and down, but when I get somewhere high like this, I like using the advantage of these heights, using my binoculars to look down. If there is something, it's always nice. This is a beautiful place to find rhino. Peg, I don't know if it's that peg, sorry, excuse me if it wasn't, but you want to know if the mara is always lush or green. K, yes, you want to know if the mara is always lush and green. Not always, unfortunately, but this area, yes, It's almost green year round. I think the water table is very close to the surface. At the same time, it is very mushy. There is some underground natural springs that spring up, and so it is always very, very lush. Okay? Some other areas do dry up quite badly. We sometimes get shocked, how dry it can get. You can hear one of us saying, I've never seen this area this dry, but yes, it does get really dry in some areas. Yeah, this is the area that I was talking about. These bushes can hide quite a lot. Like you can see, we have an eland over there. Yes, I'm gonna stop somewhere here and see what I can find with my far-sighters, the binoculars, and hopefully I can find something for you guys.
So it shows you nothing is written in stone. I'm talking about this antelope grazing on grass, and he decided, listen here, chum, I'm going to eat off this bush now. We actually just saw him browsing off this very large camel thorn. I mean, his mouth is designed to feed on grass, so he's mainly a grazer, but he would supplement his diet here and there with leaves. And in areas that lack phosphorus, which is a very important element for multiple organisms, they've also been recorded chewing bones. So giraffes practice that quite a lot. Osteophagy, so osteo referring to bone, phagy consuming. There we go, look at that. A sable browsing. Nature is not written in a book. Observation is key, and one's observation, so across the guide's point of view, comes down to observation. Are sables territorial? Yes, they are. Sables are territorial. They do form herds, but mature bulls would patrol and demarcate and actively defend a territory. So a territory for males is a very, very important piece of land. So these areas are actively defended. They're smaller in size than that of a home range. A home range can be a very vast area, and that's when an animal just kind of moves through the area, not worrying about demarcating the area. But territories are actively and continuously demarcated and patrolled. And then especially through the mating season, that's when the activity of this antelope would increase. Because the access of females coming in, he wants to ensure that only he has access to those females. And passing on one's genes is a very important thing for a male. It's everything for a male. It truly is. So defecating or scratching the soil, you'll see that a lot of antelope have glands in between their hooves, what we refer to as interdigital glands, and from the pawing action, he's releasing his scent. So when he's walking around, he defecates and urinates.
Okay, we are further down from where we are. This area usually is full of grazers, but there's nobody in sight. I don't know, maybe they got chased out by the marsh lions, or maybe they decided to change the locations. But all in all, I'm going to continue to see what is down here, because the marsh is always surprising. You can be driving and then all of a sudden around a bush or behind a bush there is something. I remember there's one time we were very desperate looking for lion. I stopped actually in front of that bush over there, and we were looking all around, and the only thing I could talk about was buffalo. And then after the segment, as I started the vehicle and accelerated 2 meters, my cameraman James said lion, and that's how something can be just behind a bush over here. So you can never give up when you see that it's empty. The only hindrance at the moment in this area is that it has been raining and it is very, very wet. The black cotton soil is very bad, sticks onto your tires, and if you've never driven on it, it's something of its kind. It's very different. Getting out of it when you get stuck can be very, very annoying because it sticks onto your shoes, your hands. Holistic Jumbo, you want to know if the change in season change the behavior of animals. Of course, slightly, not very much. What happens is that if it dries up, you will find that a lot of animals will come towards the marsh because it's one of the only source of water and also very safe because they can see. Others go towards watering holes that we have dotted all over the conservancy. But yes, it does. And you don't find as many animals out in the open, especially in the heat of the day. They move towards the marsh. Unlike right now, where we have plenty of water everywhere. And so the animals are very, very scattered everywhere. I don't know if you can hear the sounds of the frog. Can you listen to that? I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, I'll let you listen to that for a little bit. Those are hundreds and thousands of frogs.
Now see what we have here. We have a big hippo. He has a big scar, big wound on his left shoulder, possibly inflicted by another bull in a fight. So this is not the Mara River, it's just a marsh extended towards the out of the Mara River. So big bulls, when they come in to fight, the ones that have lost it in the fight always walk away and find a place where they can rest and stay away from the predators. Now this guy here, the fresh wound I can see it had lots of oxpeckers. And sometimes when they are out of the water, the oxpeckers irritate them. See how submerged he is, and the cattle egrets are enjoying the ride. Seems like they're on a boat. It's their mokoro there. Like that. So this water is not deep. The hippo is actually walking. Khan, thank you so much for your question. Do animals feel pain? Yes, they do feel pain. Animals feel pain because they all have feelings, so definitely they feel pain. It's only that we cannot see their expression actually, but they do feel pain. You cannot tell there's a hippo there. So this hippo has taken this place to be his territory because he's being ousted out. And the reason why the hippo bulls are ousted out is because they go into pods or raft of a group of hippos where there's a dominant male. So the dominant bull always fights off. And sometimes the dominant bull gets to be ousted out because he falls from the fight. So he has no option but to walk out and go somewhere else. See, we have lots of waders here, the birds enjoying. So he's just come out from a grazing activity and he's back to this pond. I've seen this hippo for a while here, and my guess was he's been ousted out, and yes, I've seen he has a big wound. So I'll call him Grumpy. So this is Grumpy's territory. And I think after he heals, he might try again, go and maybe try to challenge another bull. Because sometimes if you don't win, you always come back and fight again. Look at how submerged he is, and the cattle are still enjoying the ride. Thank you so much for your question. Will crocodile have a go at him? I would say no. When hippos have injuries or have wounds, they are so grumpy, they're so aggressive. For example, when we approached him, we had to keep our distance because we didn't want to act like an intruder or because of that wound. So crocodiles always go for younger hippos. So a calf will fall prey to a crocodile. This size of hippo is not much to a crocodile. The only time that crocodile will go after hippos is when they are dead in the water. But at this time, no. I love the way the cattle regress was enjoying the ride. See how fast he's walking. I think this is going to be a safe place for him. It's not too deep, it's not too shallow, so he can submerge and come up for air. A very quiet place, lots of birds, no other predator, no other hippo within. So he's safe around here. So until his wounds heal, he will be around this area. Kyle, do animals know how to feel themselves? Yes, animals can tell with the feelings sometimes if it's heal. So we have animals that are able to lick their wound, to clean their wound, like let's say the lions. But for example, this hippo will only get to heal itself, or maybe the wound will heal by the oxpeckers who help them. By cleaning the wounds, they get rid of the maggots laid down by flies, and so sometimes they also irritate the wounds. But yes, because they have red blood cells and white blood cells, the wounds can heal. But other animals, like the cats, will always clean their wounds. I can hear an orchestra from the reed frogs. What a nice place to come and enjoy. Lots of birds in the water. We have sacred ibis, we have cattle egrets, we have the herons, and we have the mini little jacana. Now, because our hippo has submerged in the water, I'll just drive to find something else. Seems like a peaceful morning, and as we drive to find something else, I'm going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Yes, we have what we call the lilac-breasted roller. And I think this is a pair, definitely. Enjoying the morning sun, which is lovely. You just want to be out here sunbathing. Unfortunately, you'd be eaten. So it's not a place for us. But these two guys have got the advantage of being quite high up on that tree. It's a gardenia. I'll tell you a little bit more about the gardenia shortly. But these guys hunt from one perch sometimes where they are, fly down, get a grasshopper, fly back, kill it, swallow, then repeat a few more times, They pair for life. They nest on hollow trees. Sometimes very difficult to tell between male and female. Look at the one on the right. Looks like he's looking on something on the ground saying, yeah, did you see that? He turned the head and I was looking down. Yeah, so it's very hard to tell between male and females, but it's one of the most photographed bird of Africa with an array of colors from a brown, black, gray, purple, white, blue. They have so many. They can be quite quiet, like the way they are right now, but I tell you, they can be very, very noisy. I have seen them fly quite high up, almost 300, 400 feet in the air, and then they fly down at lightning speed, spinning like a fighter jet, making lots of noise that goes like, and then before they touch ground, they shoot up again and repeat it. So they can be noisy when they want. That gardenia tree, you can tell that it got twigs that shoot out from either side. This is a tree that at home we use it as a blender. You cut one end off where the twigs come out, and then you have a very long handle. Sarah, thank you for your question, but I don't know if I fully understood the question. Did you say they ever fully eat each other? Did I hear that? I doubt it. No, they don't. If it's eating. Oh, feeding. Do they ever feed each other? Yes, the young ones are fed by their parents. They are taught how to catch grasshoppers, spiders, dung beetles, even, small birds. They can catch them and then they feed them. But you rarely get to see that. Yes, they get to be fed, the young ones, very much like other birds. Looks like one has flown off and we are left with only, oh, he's back, look at that. Yeah, he's got something. Is he going to feed the other one? Look at that. Are we going to see that? Because he moved very close to the other. I don't know if he's going to feed him or her. Let's see. Or is he just... Are you going to give it to me? Yeah, is it mine? Look at this. I know what you're thinking right now. Are they going to do it or not? They're very much the same to me. I cannot tell you when it's going to happen or... Oh! Ha! Looks like, this is what I caught. That's what she or he wanted to tell, her mate. And then once swallowing it, I think that was a sign of saying, it's so yummy, or something like that. But like I said, they hunt from one perch. And definitely that was what happened. It flew off, went and caught something, and then came back, swallowed it right in front of us. Oh, I don't know what happened there, but the other one, he flew quite fast away and then came back. Do you see him, James? He's back on the tree. And they can use the same patch for a very long time, and especially when there is plenty around. Did he catch something? No, I don't see anything. That thick bill is meant for killing and crushing little invertebrates, and insects. That is what. Sarah, thank you for your comment. You say they're so cute, you would just want to hug them. Yes, everybody would like to do that. They're so cute. But it's best that we leave them where they are. I've never seen anybody actually with a lilac-breasted roller. And actually, I've never touched one, surprisingly. I just think about that. So it's better to leave them there, but I agree with you. They're so cute, they're so beautiful. You just want to handle one. Yes, looks like that guy is continuing on with his or her hunting. She's looking at something. The other mate hasn't come back, so maybe he's changed position. He's found another perch. We have other rollers, found in East Africa. You have the rufous crown roller, which is also called purple roller, but this is the most common one, and they are all over here in Kenya, here in the Masai Mara and other parts of Kenya, even Serengeti. I have seen them. I remember it's the national bird of Botswana, so it's recognized because it is a very beautiful bird. I think it's very wet here, and I don't want to continue, stopping, because I might start sinking. So I'm going to continue. But that was a really nice experience with those rollers. They usually nest on hollow trees, and you never get to see their young until they fly out. And I still have to wait to see that.
We are on our way back up to that potential Cape Fox den, and we just stopped at a watering hole just to give a little scan. It's always important that one stops at a watering hole. So you never know what you're going to see. It's really nice, hopefully some birds. So what we're going to do is just scan around the western side of there for us, Glenn. Let's take a little squiz, and then if there's nothing here, we're going to shoot back up a little bit further north. And at this point in time, at the period that we're in now, we have a lot of migrants coming to the southern tip of Africa. And you got to look very carefully, because some of these birds are tiny. They are typically wading birds, so a bird that likes to be within or on around the water's edge, and they feed on little crustaceans or little aquatic insects. And some of these birds are really tricky to ID, but it's always important just to stop, because you never know when you're going to get a lifer. For me, getting a lifer is like a birthday for me. It's something that doesn't happen every day. So making the time and effort to visit these watering holes and just taking a careful squiz is very, very high on my list. Nice blacksmith lapwing flying across the pan. Lovely. But it's always tricky, because if they see you, they stand still. And as they stand still, they blend into this environment. We've got a few cardinal woodpeckers calling in the background. Hopefully we can get a sight of them. But always very, very nice. And always, aha, look at that. Up on the hill, a pair of blacksmith lapwings. You can hear this sharp ting, 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 ting sound. That's from the blacksmith lapwing, very vocal. And if we had to get too close, that bird will not hesitate to dive bomb me. So basically flying up above and then coming down in a very aggressive posture and almost hitting one if you get too close to them or too close to nest. They are ground nesters, and they love to nest within areas that has a lot of debris, stones or a little rough vegetation in areas like this. It's because the eggs fit perfectly into this rough terrestrial environment. They are ground nesters, so a shallow scrape or indentation into the ground, and the eggs are cryptically colored. So having a uniform brown color, and then they've got all these little flecks and speckles on the eggs. Black little speckles and flicks. Beautiful. You can see a little bit of aggression. So I'm just going to step back just a little bit, just so that I'm not annoying them. We don't want that. But we're going to be searching for some more bird species on this little morning sunrise drive that we have. And then we're going to go do a little check on that little den site, because it is warm enough now where if I was a Cape fox, I would be out basking in the sunlight. And that's how you got to think. You got to think like an animal. You got to think, what if I was an animal? I do that so much as a guide. If I was an animal, I would be here. If I was an animal, I would be doing this. And sometimes it actually does help you out. But very nice birds to see. It can be quite aggressive and quite, aggressive. Quite aggressive to oneself. Whew. Nice body of water. We've got some leopard tracks here as well. So leopards definitely use this as an in and out point, come into the water, searching for any available prey. Coming in from the mountains, this will be a invaluable source of water for them as well. And a really nice spot to ambush a predator. Oh, wow, look there, come into the water. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, the roan there has spotted us by the water. You can see how it's absolutely dead still. So I'm going to remain still so that I don't disturb it coming into the water. It's always very hairy business coming to a source of water. As an antelope, you need to be extremely cautious. So, fine-tuning your senses into the environment very quickly, walking very slowly in short segments, and just allowing yourself to pick up any movement, any sound of a potential predator. Because this is where predators will sit and wait, is at water bodies, water points like this of here. Because it's the perfect point in which animals are drawn in and they could potentially walk into a trap. Oh, we're quite far away, so it's definitely not us. And this is a roan antelope. So a family member of the sable that we were looking at earlier. You can see that black and white face. And he hasn't got such an impressive set of horns like the sable. Still decurved, but not to the extent and the length of those impressive sable horns. Very, very beautiful antelope. Ooh, I had a little shiver there. We got cold winds blowing up from the south, and it's keeping things fairly fresh this morning. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Very nice sound made by a crimson-breasted shrike.
We have impalas here, and they look like they're resting. So these impalas, they're in a group, what we call a harem. Over to the right, to the left rather, there's a dominant ram. So this is the harem. So during the entire year, impala lives in two groups. They live in a harem where there's a dominant ram, and then they also live in a bachelor herd where youngsters or rams or males of all ages live together. So despite them having one ram there, at one time of the year, when during autumn or spring, when they're about to mate, the bachelors in the bachelor herd will come and try to mate with this female. Now this is quite relaxed area. It's close to the river. The impalas need to drink on a daily basis, so they have to go to the water. Actually, on a round trip, sometimes you can see them drinking in the morning and in the afternoon. The rams also decide on where to go because they have a territory where they have to guard that territory to keep the females around them. They are just close to the edges of the Mara River. But because it rained a few days Even yesterday we had some small showers. Within the grassland, there's some ponds, some little water areas where these impalas can get water. But when it's dry, you'll see them going all the way down to the river. And sometimes they even fall prey to the crocs. But when they're in this number, there's also security because they have an extra eye. Because all of them are alert, despite the rams who sometimes during the rat season, they're not very much alert. But the rest of the impalas in the harems are always super alert. So the harem comes into different ages. You have females and one ram, and also younger males and females. You can see that ram there is rubbing his facial gland onto the twigs there. A typical behavior we witness or observe in impalas. So depending on the availability of food, they can graze, they can eat leaves, and sometimes I've seen them under a tree where baboons were feeding up on trees and they eat on fruits. So when there's no grass, they can actually feed on the leaves of trees. Like that tree there, it's called Ras natalensis. Very, very nutritious tree. I remember when I was herding cattle, when I was about 9-10 years old, that tree has very sweet fruits, and when they're red or pink in color, they're super nutritious. And sometimes I remember my parents would be so aggressive towards me because when these plants are fruiting and the fruits are almost ripe, we sometimes mind not go graze, but just be eating the fruits, and that will make our parents get so angry. So these impalas sometimes will eat Ranger Russell, thank you for your question. Why do impala rams chase the females around? So it's definitely a way of herding them to where he wants them to be. He always keeps them away from the bachelors. He doesn't want any other ram to come near them, so he's in control until during the mating season, where some of the rams will be aggressive towards him. But in the meantime, he has to control and move them where he wants them to be, as we call it, herding. So if one of the ewes decides to walk away, you'll definitely see how he will come back to herder back to the rest of the herd. Now this species here, we have another one further in the southern African region which has a blacker face. We call them the black-faced impala. Only that the face looks a little bit black on the black-faced impala, but everything else is almost the same. When you look at the hind legs, they have a very black spot. It's also important for that impala because it's reckoned that during distress or excitement, that spot emits a chemical component that helps these impalas to retrace and gather back together. It's called a fetlock or metatarsal gland. Other than that gland, they also have facial glands. You saw that ram rubbing his face onto the twigs there. Sometimes they have glands, facial glands on the twigs. So when they are resting this, sometimes they can fall prey to leopards. And not far from where we are watching these impalas, these baboons. So I've seen a close association between impalas and baboons. So when each and everyone gets an advantage, so when the baboon is actually eating up on the tree especially on the figs. Sometimes when the fruits fall on the ground, these impalas get an advantage of that. And also the sentinel or the alpha baboons will warn them of due danger. Because most often we see impala kills up on a tree. So leopards will take an advantage of impalas. And most of the time you find that single rams that are by themselves, because once they're ousted, they'll be walking on by themselves in their own territories. And of course, one that has established his territory can fall prey to a leopard, hyena, even lions. But this is one of the preferred menu for leopards. So they will Thank you so much for your question. Will baboons ever eat or attack impalas? Yes, I've seen that not once, not twice, where a baboon male went after an impala kid or youngster. Yes, baboons can eat meat. They're omnivores. Sometimes when you see them foraging or walking on the ground eating the grass seeds, they pick spiders, they pick scorpions and other insects. But they are not known to scavenge, but they can actually go after an impala youngster. So baboons can eat meat. Yeah, I've seen lots of time when during the dry season, when these impalas have young ones, a baboon went straight dashing to a small impala and ate the prey alive. They don't kill like other animals. They just tear it apart and carry on eating. Of course, they need some nutrients in their body, and once in a while they'll go after young impalas or even Thompson gazelle or even Grant's gazelle, but it's not that they are dominant food that they always go after. But if there's an opportunity, they'll always go after a youngster. See how quiet and peaceful this area is. They're pretty much enjoying and relaxed. All of them alert. Look at how they're facing. Others facing our direction, others facing the opposite direction, and the youngsters are just by the middle there. So that is ensured protection and also watch and guard. So that will tell that they are on their comfort zone. Sometimes we have fight and flight zones. So this is one of their comfort zone. They're much relaxed. So it seems like they'll be waiting here for a little while. So I'll move around to find something else. Seems like there's lots of water around, so these animals are enjoying. They don't have to make long trips to the river. So I'm heading further east to see if we can come across a good sighting again. And as we do that, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
I don't know what happened to me, but the last section there has been very, very wet and very empty. It doesn't mean empty like there is nothing. Of course, I have some trees, beautiful ones, but it has been very wet. 3 weeks ago when I drove through this area, it was full of giraffes. Lots of them. I mean, I could see 20 or 30 of them. But right now, there is zero. And I'm wondering where they have gone. But yeah, I'd like to share with you some few water birds that are here. And I can see, I think there are some ducks. I don't know if they are white-faced or fulvous whistling ducks, and some herons. Yeah, James is just setting up so he can share with you. And while he does that, you can listen to the beautiful vocalization of our frogs. Yes, we have herons, black-headed herons. They're taking an aerial view when they turn their heads like that. The one to the left is resting. He's had a feel, I'm sure. Yeah, there's quite a good number of them, plus a few ducks. James will be showing you the ducks there. And also we have a stock. The stock there is the open bill stock. He'll be coming into sight shortly. Let's get to see him. Yeah, there they are. Those are whistling ducks. And I tell you, when you hear them fly, they whistle. Hear that? Did you hear that? Do you hear that? White-faced whistling ducks. They do whistle. Sometimes, they come in flocks of up to 100 to 200. And when they whistle, it can be deafening. The stock to the left is called the open bill stock. You'll see the reason why it's still called the open bill stock. In between his beak is all open. Don't know if you can see that. He'll let us, after cleaning herself, I would say, she's gonna let us observe her dangerous. Look at that. You see the open area towards the front. The open bill stock. They are able to grab something in the water with their long beak, using their long legs to wade and kill it using their beak, and the open part helps them release the water so they don't swallow it. The ducks are also very busy cleaning themselves. It's usually a behavior that is seen with many animals and birds at this time of day. I don't know if you're asking about the ducks, but the ducks are very much like domestic ducks. They will have up to around 20 eggs, and of those 20, maybe 12 will hatch. In the first few weeks, they will lose a good number of them. Of those 12, maybe around 7 or 8 will survive, so they have about 50% success rate. Yeah, these guys will stay in the vicinity of water. They'll never be out in the dry area. There are two that are really loving each other in the middle there. I don't have to tell you where, you can just see them. See that? They've been really cleaning one another. I think that is a pair amongst many pairs. We do have very many different types of ducks here in the Mara. Small ones to big ones. But it's always nice to see them in a cluster or in a flock like this. This area does flood, and I think that's the reason they are here. And also that's the reason why there is nobody else. I came here to try and find some giraffes, but I think it's too wet for them, and they could sink in and sometimes even get foot rot on their hooves, so they don't want to be here. And they've made way, they've left the area for these aquatic experts so they can live close to water. There's a lot of grooming here, a lot of cleaning up. There could be an outing waiting to happen, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, they're very small, these guys, and can fly really, really fast and can take off in a split of a second, and they need to do that because if you're too slow here, you'd get eaten. In that water, what would get them would be, pythons, which we get them here. Small crocs would feed on them. Also, monitor lizards would feed on their young ones. So they're still under threat, even at shallow waters like where they are. Yeah, there's really a lot of, cleaning one another here. I'm loving this. I hope you're enjoying it too. Remember to talk to us, #WildEarth. Questions, comments are really welcome. Louise, do whistling ducks mate for life? Yes, very much so. As many ducks, they do pair for life, but they're always in big flocks like this. Only when mating is when you pick up who's male and female and who's a pair, and then when they're nesting is also another very good time to pick up that. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying this. It's not always that you see this live, because this is live from the Masai Mara, East Africa, Kenya. It's happening now. I'm in an area we call the Marsh, and it's a very beautiful, small area with different habitats. Here is a very marshy, very wet. Even driving here for me is a bit tricky this time. Yeah, you see the really nice white face. Lots of cleaning. Do you hear the frogs? Yeah, this is an area that will be visited a lot in the coming weeks when the water resides, it starts drying up, and so all the frogs and catfish are struggling to find water and they are wiggling, and so they show off. You will find fish eagles, small cats coming here, even jackals will come. Marabou stocks, saddle-bill stocks, yellow-bill stocks will all be here to, take as much as they can. That is a guarantee for them, and this is nature's way of providing food for these beautiful creatures. So definitely I can tell, if it doesn't rain, because it's not our rainy season, though we've been getting rain, it's gonna start drying up. And so this is a place I will be coming in the next few days, few weeks to see what's happening. See the dragonfly flying above those ducks. Awan, Jumbo, you want to know about if the stork is the heaviest bird that can fly. Of course, it is very heavy, but not the heaviest flying. The biggest, I would say the heaviest stock we would find here would be the marabou stock. That would be about maybe around 7 kilos. But the heaviest flying bird we find here is the curry bastard. It's quite huge. It's like a big turkey. Spends a lot of his time on the ground, feeding, and only flies under threat. So that is, the heaviest bird that can fly here. Of course, it's not the largest one. The ostrich is the biggest, but because you wanted to know about the largest one that can fly. Yes, this is a very beautiful section, but I'm gonna move on. But as I move on, I will take you to another live location.
Walking around a body of water is always interesting because of the increased activity that one would find from mammals and birds. It's always nice to walk around and look for the small things left behind. Might it be tracks or signs? A beautiful feather I just collected from the water's edge. Very beautiful pattern. Dark, a nice strip of almost lighter brown, almost white. Nice grey stripe again, and then a browner stripe. Nice dark blob, and then onto the end of the tip of the feather. Beautiful feather. I want to play a game. Pop quiz time. Who can try and guess from which bird this feather is from? It's a bit of a tricky one, but I've given away all the clues one needs to identify from which bird is this feather from. Beautiful and remarkable structure, obviously enabling birds to fly. And if you take a look at the design of this one would be, I would say, around about the belly or around about the belly section maybe of the bird. But that pattern is unmistakable to give you an indication from which bird it is. Very, very beautiful. So being at the water's edge, I found the feather. And let's see who can maybe, well, if you want to guess, you can guess. But let's see who can give us a viable answer. Very beautiful. And it's amazing how they remain together. So I'm not going to try and move. So I want you guys just to see something. It's incredible how this structure stays intact. And obviously for flight, to achieve flight. Oh, Megan, well done. It's from a sandgrass. Yes, it's from a sandgrass. I would go for Namakwa sandgrass. But yes, very well done, from a sandgrass. Their feathers are specially adapted to... Sure, I thought that was a leopard. My word, I thought it was a leopard calling. But yeah, their feathers are specially adapted to hold particles of water, and these birds arriving early morning to the water's edge, about an hour or so after sunrise, having a little drink, collecting a bit of water, and then off they go. Just like the blacksmith lapwing, these birds are also ground nesters, so creating a shallow depression in the ground, and then the bird lays the eggs. You got to think about now, when this little bird hatches, it's quite remarkable, because if you think about most birds, they're actually bound to the nest site. So if you look at birds being bound to the nest site like that, you need the parents for everything, because you are blind, you've got no feathers, you can't walk, so you need parental care. Birds like this over here, blacksmith lapwing, the ostrich we took a look at, their eggs, once fully incubated and once the chicks hatch, their chicks are in a very advanced form or physical state. Once these little ones hatch, they've got a coat of downies, their eyes are open, their legs are fairly developed, and so they can move about. And it's quite remarkable, coming out of your shell and suddenly you've got to hit the road running. But parents would actually collect water for the little ones, so they find their own food, but water is a valuable invaluable item, and which the parents would need to collect for them. And they actually will hold tiny droplets around the belly and breast section of the bird, and then they'll fly back to the little chick. They can make round trips of nearly 60 kilometers to and from water. But what I want to show you is quite a remarkable thing about feathers. So I just want to show you where I got the light right here. If I had to take this part of the feather and split it, it's not obviously not very, very strong, but it's amazing how it all holds together. They're all individual filaments. This is the feathers broken up into all these tiny little strings, and those strings are held together by tiny little hooks. So that section that I've just split over there, let me see if I get the sun here, that section I've just split there will be held together by tiny little hooks running from the bottom all the way up to the very tippy top of the feather over here. And when a bird preens, they're not only realigning the feathers and stimulating the oil from the preening gland, but they're also rehooking these parts of their feathers, especially the bigger feathers that are needed for flight. This is not a typically important flight feather. Flight feathers are larger, longer feathers. Primaries, secondaries, and tertiaries are found along the wing, and they all collapse and fold into one another, obviously when the bird folds its wings. But tiny little hooks hold these tiny little filaments. I mean, that is minuscule. That is so small. And it's incredible how they hold together. There, that one is splitting right now. Look at that. Incredible. There's a few actually flying overhead now. You could hear the calls from the Makwa sandgrouse. There we go. Our feathers are remarkable things. Remnants of scales, yeah. So modified scale, and it definitely allows birds to not only achieve flight, but enables them to maintain body temperature at a constant. It's also there for protection. So if you think about layer after layer after layer of feather, that becomes almost impenetrable to break through. Remarkable. And we spoke about species recognition and as well as mate recognition. Remarkable structure.
So here in the Mara River we have a bird that we've not commonly seen here. We call it the Goliath heron. It's actually one of the biggest herons that we have around here. Look at him. I think he's fishing, going to the river. I don't know what he's spotted. There's lots of people surrounding him. So he is sure that there's no croc over there. Sometimes these herons can fall prey to crocs, and other birds too fall prey to crocs. See the slow motion as he walks deeper into the water. I don't know what he's got. Let's find out. Did you get something? Not quite sure. It was a stick and drop it down. So Goliath heron, like in the Old Testament, Goliath was a giant in the Philistine, and he was killed by a small Israelite boy called David. So these species that we have around here and across the world, across Africa, including the Masai Mara, we have names that derive from explorers, naturalists. So I think the reason why this guy got his name Goliath, since he's the tallest, one of the biggest herons, and tall heron, he got his name Goliath. Not quite sure, but that is my opinion. Got something there? They have specially adapted bills. Yes, got some little vertebrates there. Look at their legs. They look like stilts. Yes, got something again. They're super patient bird, especially when they're walking towards a waterlogged area. You can see a croc not far from him. Are you walking towards a croc? Now there could also be either before the croc turns to approach them, then this bird will be walking away. That very spot where this heron is walking, we sometimes see thousands and thousands of wildebeest and zebras gathered there. So this is one of the crossing points in this Mara, or along this Mara River. I love to call it the blood spot, because most of the animals that come here sometimes stampede to death. They get killed by crocodiles, break their legs. And so it's that nature taking its course, because lots of crocs get to a feast. Adam, thank you so much for your compliment. Yes, indeed, very nice structure. Very calm river. But can you imagine, there's a time that this river is super torrent, and those hippos that you're seeing that right there actually walk and run away from the water because they can be washed downstream. Sometimes this river fills from bank to a level where hippos have to go further inland. Those hippos are relaxing there, and the croc, they also keep a good distance. So a croc being a carnivore and a hippo being a herbivore, they don't coexist very well, because those hippos are, one is yawning up there. Those hippos, especially the calves, fall prey to the crocs, and I've seen hippos going aggressive towards the crocs. Along this stretch, we used to have a very big crocodile, I reckon about 6 meters, and each and every time I'm here, I always look for that croc. We nicknamed him Big Guy. So every time I'm here, I always try to see if I can find the big guy. I think it's quite much relaxed here, and I'm going to take a drive to find something else. And as I do that, I'm going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
All right, and so the birds are becoming very active. This is Shelly's friends, Bob and Sue. That's Sue in frame right now. That's the lovely female South African shelduck, hence the name South African shelduck. It is an endemic species found within South Africa. And we've got, come another group, Glenn. We've actually got a few of these sandgrass coming in to the water. So from my very broken explanation that I gave you folks, seeing it is much better. And what you'll see now is this constant wave of anywhere from 3 up to about 15 birds coming in here to the water, and you can see the very quick flight pattern, very short wing beats, and here they come, coming into the water. And now you'll see exactly what I was talking about in terms of how they collect water. So the birds will land, and here they come. Oh, how fantastic is Glenn getting this. Oh, everybody getting a drink. And then if they're wetting the breast feathers, you'll see that the bird will actually bounce. It'll lift its body up and down, but wading quite deep into the water. They're busy drinking for themselves, and they're gone. How quick is that? In and out. There's no socializing. How was your flight in? How's grandparents? No. It's in, get a drink, and get out. So here comes another wave. Hopefully we can capture it here on the left-hand side again, Glenn. Hopefully these ones land for us. Yes, here they come. And these are all Namakwa sandgrass. Okay, getting a drink. Everybody getting a drink. And we are gone. And there's Sue. Hello, Sue. So this is another pair. We're about 15 kilometers south from Shelley's site. So quite far away. So definitely a different pair of South African shelducks. And remarkable that Dylan a couple of weeks ago was able to capture the beginning stages of little South African shelducks up until now. They're around about, I think it'll be 4 months now. 3 months. And here come another wave of Namakwa doves and land on the water's edge. Oh, where they? Oh. There, just to the right, go right. Watch that one, drinking. Look how it's waded quite deep into the water. If you want to get a drink, why are you going for a swim? That individual more than likely allowed the breast feathers to be erect, and then what that bird would have done is just dabbed its breast and belly feathers into the water, and then pushing the feathers down, the bird will take off, fly to where the chick is possibly out in the field, and once found, the chick will come in between the feathers and get its first drink for the day. We've got two species, namakwa and birchals, which visit the pans early morning and then double-banded late evening. Oh, yeah, come another wave, constant. This could be constant for another 2 hours. Oh, jeez, that's fast. Just go to the right quickly, go to the right, go to the right. Yo, Glenn is capturing this so incredibly. Drink, 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 drink. Oh, that is incredible. They are just amazing. They're so active. And for photographers or for photography, it is really entertaining. Laying down flat at the water's edge and getting enough reach that you can capture these birds touching the ground and then flying off. Yeah, a wonderful sight. Constant action. So 4 species occurring in South Africa, and the wonderful landscape of Tswalu, we have 3 out of the 4 species that occur in South Africa. Birchals, namakwa, and double-banded sandgrass. The females can be very tricky to identify, but the males are unmistakable. So these shell ducks are very, very nice birds to see. They've got quite a unique call as well. It's like a droned out, very soft, moaning quack. Well, the female actually quacks. I think that's the right way around. The female quacks and then the male gives this type of hissing sound. She gives like almost like a honk. Huh? Or hopefully everybody's laughing about that. I love to try and imitate animal noises. I try and mimic birds quite a lot. I try and mimic land mammals. So I've been checked. My mom thought I was crazy. She got me checked, and it's the first time where the doctor came back and he said, the results look crazy. So I must be normal. But really nice to see. So this is the female. Most birds you'll find that the male is strikingly colored or patterned. You know, the male has to work really hard to impress the ladies. And within this species, it's actually in reverse, where the female is nicer than that of the male. The female's got this beautiful white head. And when we get onto the male, he's got this uniform slaty grey head. Male honks, and then, oh no, I can't remember the way now. I can't remember oh, lovely.
Our hippos seem so much relaxed. They're not going anywhere. But sometimes you find them walking out on the bank and walking out to the woods there to graze. On a very quiet day, you find that there'll be hippos all along the bank grazing. And because there's adequate water out here in the open, so the grass is soft, fresh, so they don't have to walk far for grazing ground. But when these rivers sometimes get dry, they walk a very long distance, round trip. I reckon that they can walk about 25 to 30 kilometers round trip. Out on land, these guys can run very fast. They can run up to 40 kilometers an hour. Can you imagine with their big, massive body, about 2 tons in weight, running at that speed? So along the stretch of the river, there's various routes where we call them the hippo highways. These are the routes that are used by these hippos walking back and forth. So right there's a dominant bull. You can see a plover enjoying a ride there. Some of the hippo flies that irritate these hippos, these birds get an advantage of those flies. And sometimes also the oxpeckers come to nibble on their wounds, which can also be irritating. Not only do oxpeckers eat the maggots that are laid by flies on their wounds, but they also sometimes suck the blood, which is super irritating to these hippos. I can see a young croc there, resting or enjoying the sun. They only come out during the day and then go back to the water in the evening. So along this stretch here, very, very Kruger, thank you so much for your question. Yes, hippo are territorial in the water, so a dominant bull can own up a territory along the bank, which, depending on how big it is, sometimes they can own up to about 30 kilometer stretch, 10. But at this, because we have lots of hippos around here, I reckon about 10 or 15 kilometers stretch. So this, I rest you assured that no other male hippo will be trying to get close to here. So even though the water is that calm, so along the stretch of the banks, that's where they mark their territory. And as they walk out, they also mark their territory. So one time during the migration time, I was watching a big herd cross here. So one of the crocs managed to capture a wildebeest. Then a hippo came to save the wildebeest. That is sometimes an unusual, we call it an unusual behavior. With some people thought that the hippo is going to kill the wildebeest, but luckily it was so interesting to see that the hippo was actually helping the wildebeest out of the water. That was so interesting to see. I'll still be waiting here to see if some animals might come to drink. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, YouTube comment section at FC, kids question at wildearth.tv. As we wait here, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
Well, I also miss the river. We'll be going there the next coming days. But here I have what I call the tall one. We call it Twiga in Kiswahili. And this guy has got a character because he's lost all his tail hairs. And he's very desperate to swipe insects or flies from underneath himself. You can tell he's moving that thing. It looks like a club now. Look at that. He's trying to get rid of them. At the same time, he's on a mission. I don't know where he's headed to, but he's been walking for the last 10 minutes that I've seen him. He is a man on a mission. This is the Maasai giraffe, the only one that is found in the Masai Mara. Of course, we're very lucky and fortunate in Kenya. We have 2 other different types, and maybe in the coming future we might have another type. And the main reason why I say we might have another one is that the reticulated giraffe and the Rothschild giraffe are moving very close to each other, and if they mate, I don't know what will come out and what will be called. Already some evidence, people say that they have seen breeding, and so I don't know what will come. Look at how alert he is, because he's walking on those thick bushes and trees and using his neck and height as an advantage. He's able to detect anybody who's hiding there, and he can change directions immediately. Another advantage about this huge guy is that he's heavy enough to ward off any lone lion or lioness. He can kick with both hind and forequarters, so he is equipped with very strong bones to hit and crush and kill. But definitely, I don't know what he's up to, but he looks like he's going somewhere. He has pointed forwards to pick up any slight movement that is unusual, maybe trying to get him. Yeah, he's going as fast as he can. He's a fully grown male. You can look at his horns. They're quite huge. Okay, he's decided to take on something. Is it a bite? Not really. Maybe it was an itch. I don't know, but where he's headed is where they normally head towards. They go towards those hills and then up onto the escarpment and out into the habitated area. It's a very smart move because over there, the people don't chase them or kill them. They actually welcome them and they enjoy seeing them. And also the giraffes have learned this, that they're safe out there. And then early in the morning, they will come, spend the whole day out here. Of course, sometimes when they feel safe, they'll stay out here in the reserve. And then after a while, they move back. And I think that's where he's headed because there is nobody, along that area. Mind you, their height is a very good advantage and they have amazing eyesight. So maybe he has seen some females further back there or another male or, a big journey of them. They call a journey of giraffe. And maybe he's headed there. So I'm not very sure. He has disappeared off into the horizon. I cannot see him. And I don't know where he's heading, but that was a very good sighting of this huge male giraffe. I will remember him now because he doesn't have those tail hairs. And I will be thinking of a name, an interesting name that we can always remember him because I think that is an interesting identifying mark that he can never lose. And the other thing I noticed, he had one thick horn on the right than the other. So those two are very distinct, marks that we can identify him. Yeah, maybe we'll name him after James, my cameraman, Kaimoy. I don't know. I'll be thinking. Let's move on further up. Because he's disappeared off. Yeah, we are not in short of giraffe, though we saw just one. We have quite a good number. Remember, this is live. Interact with me, hashtag Wild Earth. You can also, watch this on YouTube live stream. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. It's warming up. I've gotten rid of my jacket and it's really very, very lovely. The temperature is just about right. You just want to be here sunbathing. It has been a very quiet morning, with cats, but I'm sure I'll get my fair chance of luck soon. So I'm gonna continue following this guy as we take you to another location to see what is up there.
As the giraffe strolls away, we have zebras that I think they want to go for a drink. We're not far from a water point. We can see the lead stallion there leading these mares towards the water point. See, they have very sharp eyes, so they stop a lot and they have a look. They have to watch over the stallion, and because he's the one sometimes who takes lead and controls. So after he makes a move, the rest follow. Now, a stallion is responsible for about 11 mares in that small group that you can see, consisting of related mares. So these mares are also able to recognize each other by their calls, by looking on the side, and also the marking, the color pattern. Despite the grass having lots of water, so they also try to get as much as they can drink, heading to a water source. Sometimes when you're looking out for predators, we stop around and look at the zebras, because when they're staring at one direction, it might lead you to a predator. And also other animals prefer associating themselves with the zebra because of their sight and power. Sometimes they're also aggressive towards cats. I've seen them chasing lions, leopard, hyenas. Despite them falling prey sometimes, they can also be aggressive towards predators. So this is the Bachel zebra, or the common zebra, the dominant zebra around East Africa here, from this region south of the equator. Up north of equator, in northern Kenya, we have another one which is slightly bigger and has narrower stripe called the Gerald, thank you so much for your question. What is the largest zebra? I would say the gravy zebra found in northern Kenya. It has narrower stripes and actually superly built. Those two species don't crossbreed. So this one, the gestation period is about 11 months. The gravy goes all the way up to 12 months a year. Look at how they stop others, they graze, and they keep on looking. Assure you that they're so keen whenever they're carrying on their daily activity. So these are part of the nomads, the ones that came all the way from Tanzania. But sometime later, maybe about a week from now, they'll all be heading further down to Serengeti. It's always interesting when you watch zebras drink, so I'll follow them slowly to see if they will get something to drink and the activity. As we do that, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
One of our late risers, and it's a comfortable day today. They normally come out about an hour or so after sunrise, a bit later than our meerkats. Well, I say that, but our meerkats, yes, they decide they want to come out quite late. And this is one that's just come out. There should be more that should emerge ever so soon. And he's just basking in the sun, warming up before he goes in search of a wide range of vegetable items, leaves, flowers, seeds, berries, bulbs, you name it. This little guy will munch it. Beautiful little ground squirrel. And you can see also making use of these subterranean nests or burrows. The subterranean environment here is a very widely used environment for multiple animals. It's a very, very large habitat and one that can be manipulated and modified to suit one's needs. So you would find ground squirrels inhabiting these burrow systems. You can find ground squirrels and meerkats inhabiting these burrow systems. Sometimes a yellow mongoose or two, a very nice mongoose species found in this area. You can see how he's turned the side of his body towards the sun, increasing the surface area so that he can warm up. It's got to be chilly down in the burrow. In a meter under the ground, it's a stable environment, but being in the shadows, it's chilly. And being a mammal, you want to be out in this beautiful sunlit rays that we're having right now. A cute little guy. Yeah, he is cute. Cute is the right word to use to describe him. He looked like a little chipmunk. I always have the chipmunk movie playing in my head and their voice when I see a little ground squirrel. They just have that little characteristic, that demeanor about them. It could be naughty or like mischievous, almost. But when it comes to him foraging in the next couple of minutes or so, foraging with the 4 arms or 4 paws, and they will also be diggers. They also dig for various food items. And active during the daytime, they're not active under the cover of darkness. They also, like the meerkats, prefer the diurnal our own whole set of things.
Okay, I'm here because this morning on my way out of camp, we spotted one of the Ululu females, but she disappeared very quickly on us. And now I have decided to come back here, see if she would be out on a mound or maybe hunting or out in the open plains, but I haven't seen her yet. She has been hanging around this area, or they have been hanging around this area for quite some time now, and we suspect they might have some cubs. It has been, cub boom this time, and I'm hoping that, I can find her. This is a pristine area, or a real estate, I would call it, in terms of human, for lions, because there is this small swamp here, and when everything dries up, everybody comes here for a drink, and so this is a prime spot and a perfect spot for them to give birth, because they can always get out. There's always a warthog, there's always, a topi, there's always a zebra, but this time right now I don't see anything, but they will be somewhere. So I'm gonna use my binoculars, scan around, because definitely they are around here. And I am hoping that maybe in the next coming weeks or days, they might, show us something like, some of the cubs, if they have some, because I suspect so.
So the ground squirrel preferring to be active during the day. That's what I was trying to get to. They don't like coming out at night and emerging, like I just mentioned, an hour after sunrise, and then winter a little bit later than that, maybe an hour or two. In windy days, they'll prefer to stay locked into the burrow system, not coming out, not emerging through windy and miserable rainy days. They'll rather prefer to stay underground, because if you come out when the conditions aren't fair, you'll be using a lot of unnecessary resources. And staying inside that burrows can be 2-3 degrees Celsius below the temperature that they're experiencing now. So if it gets too hot, the animal can also retreat to the burrow system, and then the burrow system is also used as a safety aspect to evade any hungry tummies. Uniquely about these little guys, they actually live in different or separate groups. Groups of males and groups of females actually live separate from one another. It's quite incredible. Males obviously forming a little bit larger groups than that of females, and the females will have a couple of females within the female group with 3 or 4 young of different sex, male groups being larger. And within that large male group, older ones would be dominant over that of younger ones. So that's how they separate who's the mano, and especially when you go and search for a lovely lady, you want to make sure that you've definitely fought your way through the ranks. But very nice animals, really entertaining sometimes. I've watched them countless times playing with meerkats and ground squirrels, actually playing a game of tag, and it's just nice to keep oneself busy while you've got nothing to do.
Good morning for everyone. This is Dewey from NBN Private Game Reserve. And here behind camera I have Craig, and here we are. We have a lovely sighting of a herd of impala. as you can see, they're all moving around, and this is a good place for them to keep up, to make sure there's no dangers around, but never know, because anything can happen to them. Oh, look at that one, jumping like that. It was amazing. They're just trying to join up all each other like that. As you can see, it's been raining here overnight, so it's quite a little bit of mud. As you know, the impala doesn't like the mud that much. You might notice sometimes they walk and kick a little bit, trying to rid off that mud from their hoof. Here you can see like quite a nice young female, and also they all together with the young male as well, which is that not worrying a big dominant to keep them closer to their herd. Normally you'll find a big herd run by one a single, with like one big male. He will be more dominant for the herd. So like now, like a lot of young male as well. It's just welcome for now. As you can see, rest of them just feeding like that, which is good. And you can see a lot of them just grazing nicely. Yeah, it's a bit dry for now, but still still able to graze on this grass. Luckily, because impala, they like it because they're mixed feeder. They can browse and graze. As you can see, that a female, she's just grazing around as well. And then, as you can see, and then, yeah, like this time of the year now, all the female will be pregnant, and very soon, like November, December, they will start dropping their lamb, which is like a lambing season for them, which is quite a release after for quite a few months pregnancy. So they need to feed, and also they're very smart. What I've noticed, well, like when it's very dry, they hold a bit, not giving birth. They'll wait for a little bit, and then as soon as the first rain comes, and suddenly you start seeing more little lamb running around with them. Look how cool that one. She's just feeding.
Just out back up from 6.
It's amazing to see them. That looks good. It's lovely to see that the color of impala looks like 2-3 different color on impala. White, tone, and like more red on the back. Actually 4. If we look at the black one on their tail, on the back as well. So this is what the impala looks like. It's very good camouflage in this kind of area like this, because they meant to be able to feed and be able to also to camouflage on that savanna area where you find a lot of grass. They're all now coming all together. So cool. It's overcasting day today, and then not so much sun we can get every now and again, but impala actually love that. They can feed more, everything a little bit more moisture. Yeah. Wow, look at them. They're just moving around. Well, we'll just sit here and wait and see what's going to happen.
From the impalas to our old buffalo bulls resting side by side. So these guys seems like they were crazy. I don't know what scooped one of them. Just ran a little bit. They're all staring at us. They have very sharp eyes. That's why you see them staring at us. You can see the flies are bothering them. That's why one of them was swishing his tail. But we have lots of oxpeckers that will come to help cleaning and get rid of the ticks. These two are also resting. You can see one of the oxpeckers actually nibbling on his face. Look at the back, they've lost their fur. So at around daytime, when it's the sun is too hot, they will wallow in the mud. And then we call that a sunscreen, where it protects their skin from biting bugs, insects, and also the sun. So these bulls hang around this kind of area where the grass is soft and there's adequate water. This old bull has sharp horns. I'm sure he's gone through lots of fights. Fraser, thank you for your question. Yes, buffaloes can do damage to the vehicles, especially when you approach them without care or caution. So when we approach game, we always give them the escape routes where we don't interfere with them at all, because sometimes these animals can pick up their natural instincts and get to defend themselves. And they can sometimes attack the vehicles. Yes, they can do lots of damage. I once saw when lions were attacking a buffalo. So the buffalo had nowhere to run, so he went straight to a vehicle, and actually could see how he was lifting the front trunk of the vehicle, even punctured the front tire. Yes, these buffaloes weighing about 800 kilos, they can do damage to cars. So being about 5 of them, security is assured because they'll defend themselves from predators. Lions, especially big prides, will like to mob or to attack this kind of old bulls. These old bulls can be super aggressive, and so we always respect their space.
Okay, guys, we just spotted the lioness, and now there are 2 of them. So there are 2 lionesses, and it is quite tricky to get to where they are. So I am heading towards this track. Head up, then I'm going to turn right, and we can share them with you. Looks like they're on the move, so I don't know if they're hunting, or they're looking for something, or they're stalking, but I will be getting there shortly. They're off to my right somewhere there. You cannot see them. And the only way to get there, I have to go up here, then turn right. We have a few zebra and buffalo in front of me, so anything is possible. I'm not promising anything though, but looks like they're coming this way. I don't know if I stop here, we'll be able to spot them. James, could we try? Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to see them, but we'll be looking for them, and then I'm gonna head there. Yes, I see one. It's quite, yeah, there she is. Yeah, so we're gonna try and get close to her as we take you to a different location.
The buffalo is still staring at us. The one to the right seems so curious on what's going on around here. The one at the middle seems like a little bit sleepy. There's lots of water around there, so I'm not sure if he's avoiding that patch, but I'm sure most of the time when these guys are relaxed, they can even relax in the water. I've seen that not once, not twice, them relaxing in the water. You can hear them sniffing. The one to the right is actually looks like a little bit grumpy. And sometimes these are the ones that will lead these old bulls to go and attack lions. I've seen these guys walking to lions that are actually ignoring their presence, but they actually follow them from a long distance away and go chase the lions away from their sight. So these bulls occupy a very small home range. I reckon about 3. Thank you so much for your question. What is the difference between a male and a female buffalo? One of the main points to look at is where the horns lock. We call that the boss. So the bosses of the bulls are actually bigger and much bulky, but those of the females are much flatter and small. And of course, the size, big bulls have bigger size. And of course, when another difference is sexing them by looking at the genitalia. So when you look at the genital area, that is one of the significant things also to look for when you're sexing this species. You can see the oxpecker, they are doing a good job. Very relaxed. So I'll leave them here to go and check for something else, because it seems like it's warming up and most of the animals are finding shade. You can see some impalas resting there, trying to go to a shady area. It's that time of the day when most of the animals go down to drink. It would be nice to see elephants going for a water hole, or maybe to the marshes, water bucks, and other plains game. We just seen some zebras walking to a water hole. Super quiet morning. So we've started now feeling the difference in temperature. We're now coming towards the hot times of this month, where we have very cold nights and very hot days. Look at these impalas. They've gathered near a water source. So let's stop here and see what they're up to. See the ram guarding them. I think is keeping them off from coming to our side. He's not aware that the other ones are running away. Let's see if he'll go turn them round and head them back. Look at the way he's doing. Yes, that's what happens when you're walking away from the harem. So the ram always heads them where he wants them to go. There's an Egyptian geese there. It's a pair. And we have a yellow-billed stork in the water. Looks like he's staring a direction, but there's a buffalo just sleeping on there. I think he's not quite sure what's happening there. I can hear fish eagles calling. See, they're all alert. So when they walk into a water source, they have to be super alert and keen, because this is where predators wait to attack. Especially at this time of the day when it's getting hot, when the animals gather at a water source, predators will be ready to attack. Fraser, thank you for your question. The herd does not only have one male, they have, of course, younger males, but they have one dominant male. The younger males can associate with this male here, but he's the dominant, he's the ranking ram in this harem. I think he doesn't want her to go any further. That's the reason, yes. Get back. But the rest are enjoying the grass there. He has to watch and make sure no one goes astray or other from there. You see, it's very, very interesting when you watch this. Alfie, thank you so much for your question. One thing that we look at in palas when they age, you see that their fur gets worn out. They have wrinkles on the eyes and on the face. The horns get blunt, worn, broken. And when they're old, they also get a little bit skinny. That can show you that they're getting old. And of course, some of them have broken horns from fights. I'm not quite sure what he's staring at. But sometimes they pretend they're looking at something so that they can get an advantage of herding them back to where he wants them to be. See how interesting that was? He's managed to move them off from this area. Super interesting. Now he's urinating there. That is how they mark their territory. When they defecate and urinate at a certain spot, and I'm sure within the territory area, that is one of the signs to know that this is their territory. Jump there. And now he's going to follow the females. Good job, boy. So we're going to drive off and see if we can find some ellies by the swamp and the other birds of prey that I'm hearing them calling, the kingfishers. We have the fish eagles that are also calling. It will be interesting and nice to see them. It's warming up, so I'm sure lots of animals are in the shade in the forest area. You might even sometimes see a leopard in the trees, because when it is hot, they'll pick up a very nice branch to rest. And one of the signs I'm looking for when driving past this forest, I'll be looking for the tails hanging of the leopard, which will be an indication that there's a leopard there.
Alrighty, we have snuck up to that little potential den site with great caution, nothing unfortunately. And we have been led a little bit of information where we are going to be going over this dune, and hopefully we are going to be able to find something quite special. I'll let you guys know now it's along the lines of reptiles, something very unique and something rarely seen through the country. So what we're going to be doing is just driving over this lovely dune. This is actually the start of the westerly set parallel dune systems of Tswalu. You can see how the topography starts to rise up to the horizon, and then on that peak or that climax, it drops off on the other side. Really complex part of Tswalu, and where we find some unique and very interesting animals. If we don't find this animal now, we're going to try and lead up for this afternoon, and here we go, we might have another Cape Fox den. I saw one of our researchers now. Tswalu is driven by research. If you're ever interested in and are ever curious on how much research Tswalu does, Tswalu Foundation, remarkable stuff and work that's been done by Tswalu, and as well as associates with Tswalu, students all over the world trying to understand what is going on with this ecosystem, not just the species but the whole ecosystem in a whole. Tswalu Foundation, go take a look at it. Amazing work. And if you just want to give your brain some nice food, I love digesting material like that. That for me is the best. So let's get back in the seat and let's go a bit more west. Alrighty. I hope you guys have had a fantastic afternoon. Oh, listen to me. A fantastic morning. And we're going to just scoot on and we'll hopefully see you soon.
We have gotten close to them, and it is the Olololo 2. Looks like they're trying to hide some evidence. Looks like they have eaten something and they've been cleaning themselves. Or, you can see that. That's what they've been doing. So I think they had a small snack, and now the adrenaline has gotten into them. And they're eyeing some zebras that are quite at a distance, keenly observing what they're doing. This is part of the Olololo Pride. Last year, they were about 16 strong, but now their numbers have been scattered all over. The most, I think, have been seen have only been 6, but they're scattered all over this area. It is very typical for them to do this when the pride becomes too big and there is minimal to eat. They split so that whatever they get can be enough to themselves. That is what they're eyeing. I would assume it's the zebras, and they have to be very careful. Zebras have got amazing eyesight, and also they can smell and hear. So they have been very, very careful. Also, zebras are very cautious. You can see there. They're feeding, but every time they fill their mouths, they put their heads up and chew while observing what is happening. It is quite a distance, and that is what they are looking to go for. Whatever they had, because they had a bit of blood on their paws, wasn't big enough, and I think they might go and look for something bigger. You see that? They're very, very focused and looking forwards towards those zebras. I am sure they are thinking of going, but like I've been saying previously, they don't waste their energy by just leaving where they are and just heading straight towards whatever is available. That would, waste a lot of energy, and coming across Fraser Jumbo, you want to know if lionesses of different prides get along? No, they don't. And if it's just a lone lioness against 3 lionesses, that could spell death. They defend their territories with all their might and power, and they're very, very jealous, just like we. We claw, we bite and pull. For them, they do the same, but with the intention of not stopping, the opponent, but killing them and making sure they get out of their territory. So they don't tolerate one another's, they don't tolerate, another female in their territory. Neither males, they don't. unless it's a lone male and comes along another lone male. They might form a coalition, but with females, it is taboo. They don't even want to see each other. And these girls, by their looks, they're very strong, very intimidating against one. This is a very beautiful location. We are in another prime estate, as I call it, because it's got that beautiful riparian forest behind there, full of water. And so there's always a warthog, a waterback, an eland, bushback for these girls. This is the main core area for them. This is where I've always seen them. Vicky Jumbo, why is this lioness collared? Of course, in the recent years, lions have been against great threat from, poisoning, poaching, and so researchers and conservationists have come up with the idea of giving them these collars to monitor where they go and how far they wander. Some of these lionesses, their territories stretch out of the reserve, and sometimes they go towards the human habitated areas. With a collar like this, a researcher can intervene by observing where this lioness is, and they can actually go and chase her back. That is one way, but also it's to know how far, they go and how big their territory is. Of course, it doesn't look like it's a heavy object, but it's made of very light material. It only hinders the lioness for the first few days, then it forgets and gets used to it. And after a while, maybe a year or two, the batteries sometimes run off, the collar will fall off, and sometimes they'll sedate it and remove it, and the lioness continues to live her own life. So it is important for the researchers to know about these lionesses, how far they go, and also it can prevent, from them being hunted. Remember, recently we've had cases of lion bones being sold for medicinal purposes in the Asian countries. And so with a collar like this, it can help us know, or the researchers know, how far they go so they don't get hunted out of the conservancy. Where we are, there's villages not very far, only about 5 kilometers west of where I am, and these guys can easily go there following zebras, wildebeest, warthogs, toppies, impalas that graze out there. When I say it's human habitated, it doesn't mean that it is congested. We have some villages, but very scattered ones. I hope I have answered your question. The girl to the left looks like she's very interested. Maybe she didn't have much of what was being eaten, and so she's like, I want some more, and this time something bigger. Yeah. Look at her. She's just very healthy. Look at her ears, they're all rounded, no marks. More cleaning. Okay, I'm staying here with these lionesses, and let's see what's happening somewhere else.
It's always nice when you listen and hear about healthy animals. So I'm happy that those lions are healthy. So because it's warming up, the sun is hot, animals are coming for shade. So I've seen lions not far from here. So let me take you to where these lions are. I'm sure it would be nice to see lions relaxed under a shade, because it was a morning. Most of the animals are super inactive. We've seen lots of elephants walking toward the swamps. So let's find out what these animals or these lions will do. I'm sure they are just near where we are right now. Super nice activity to see. Let's watch.
Well, these girls have sort of relaxed a little bit. They are allowed to do that. They're animals. I cannot predict what they're going to do. It is also very important for them to take their time, because wasting energy here is not wanted or is not welcome. Meals don't come that easy. Missing one and losing energy can mean a lot of trouble for these girls. You can tell the one to the left, she's slightly younger, from color, size, ear size. Sometimes we can tell by the looks of their ears, they get tattered as they age. Population of lion is very low. Okay, the population of lion in the past 20 years has dwindled. To see two like this, if we are not careful in the coming years, is going to be amazing. I am hoping that everybody join hands to preserve these great predators. Over here in the Mara, the reason they have called us, we have what we call the Mara Predator Program, and they're always following them, making sure that they see them, they take data, location, area, what they're eating, and it is really great. So that's one reason why they have, she's got a color. She's one of the only few that I know. We've never collared lions in the Mara in the previous years, but with the threat they're facing, there is need to have a collar. The one to the left looks like definitely she didn't have much to eat, and if she gets a chance where a zebra sits down or a warthog passes by, it's going to be very, very exciting. Is that presticated Tom? You want to know what is the distance from, you want to know what's the distance from the Olololo Pride to the River Pride? Straight direction where I'm pointing, direct there is about 6 kilometers. And there's a boundary of a thick croton bush there where the River Pride never comes this way, and the Olololo Pride always reaches there and never goes beyond that. I don't know how they came to agree on this, but that's what's happening. It's a long way up there. So it's about 6 kilometers from here, which is, a good enough distance to keep away one another. But I don't know if previously they belonged to one pride and then they split, but there is quite a distance. Within this area where I am, last year I witnessed a lot of killing by this Olololo pride. Zoop, time for a nap. But this year, there are not as many. I haven't seen very many killings. Remember, once they've fed, they can spend quite a good number of days without feeding. I wish I could do that. And hunting is a skill, and it comes with years of experience. Sleeping like this has made lions to be called lazy, but I tell you, these predators use time very well, because they don't want to waste energy, and especially in the heat of the day like this. So when they see that there's no chance, they just rest. And I'm gonna let them rest a little bit and see what's happening somewhere else.
So we have a bunch of giraffes here, and they look like they're staring at something. I'm suspecting there might be a cat there, because look at all of them. They're staring at one direction. The two that are the ones to the right, they seem like they're not looking at any other direction other than that tree there. I might try and find out what's going on around there, because it seems like they've been staring there for a long time. And when they're swishing their tails both to either side and ears pointed forward, that seems like there must be a cat there. That is one of the behaviors that we watch when driving along. We call that signs of the wild, where animals will tell or detect or lead us to where the predators are. So let's find out if there is something there, because I'm suspecting there might be a cat around there. So this is typically evidence that when giraffes come across predators, or when they see predators from a long distance away, they will stop and they will walk slowly, advancing to where the predator is. This is not they want to attack the predator, but they have to see that the predator is out of their sight and walking away. Because predators use the element of surprise, and these giraffes will not like it if they will be surprised by the lions. I'm quite sure that there must be cats around there, because it's typical that when you see not one, not two, but four facing one direction, that tells you that there's a predator. Could be lions, could be maybe hyena, could be a leopard down there. But if it's hyena, they'll have ignored and walked away. But because the lion is the apex predator here, so I have always to be cautious being near them. So I just drive slowly, approaching that bush to see if it's what I'm thinking of. Maybe lions. Can't be definitely a leopard, because I would have seen the leopard up on the tree, or maybe walking down there. But because these animals blend in so well, you can hardly see from the distance that you are. So I'll just drive slowly towards that area. We have the African olive. That is the species of tree where they are staring at. So then it just drives. I don't want to make the whatever that is there uncomfortable, so I'm going to keep my distance and use binoculars to actually see. I'm just gonna stop for a minute and then use my binocs to see if there's indeed a predator. I think the grass is too tall, so I'm going to get a little bit closer. Look at the giraffes, how they're staring. They are not keeping their eyes off that bush. So definitely, that tells you there's a predator around there. See how their ears are locked forward and how they're swishing of their tails. So that is one behavior that we observe when you're watching giraffes. So keeping our fingers crossed to see if indeed there's a predator there. It's a little bit bumpy here and rough, so I'm driving slowly to head to there.
Good luck, team. Hope we find a predator. Yes, the Olololo girls have decided to take a nap, which I think is very much deserved, because whatever they've eaten, there is evidence of that. Look at those tummies. They're not normally like that. They're very athletic. But definitely they have eaten something. And for digestion to take place, they reduce the intensity of concentration and focus everything back to digesting. And this is what they are doing right now. Lions and lionesses are one of the few animals that can sleep well. Hence they sleep about 15 to 22 hours a day. And the main reason, they're the top predator here, so they can scare off anybody who tries to get close to them, and everybody fears them. This is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara. Talk to us on #WildEarth. Tell a friend to watch us on YouTube live stream. #WildEarth is the handle. Yeah, they looked very focused in hunting about 10 minutes ago, but right now the attention has been turned and changed completely. Yes, I was saying, attention has been turned to sleeping now, which they are very good at. They take the cup or the crown if it comes to sleeping. They need that. Usually they will rest and save the energy. So when the time is perfect, they can wake up and start going for wherever they're going. Over here, we have quite a good number of animals scattered all over. Behind me, there is buffalo, there is zebra. Up there, there is eland. Back here, I can see some warthogs. So there's a lot of food around. Sometimes they just wait until they get really, really close, and then they start going. That's how they save their energy. And I think it's a very clever way of surviving here out in the bush. Otherwise, if you just go doing marathon here, you get exhausted, starve, and die. The female in front with the collar, she looks like she's in her prime. I would give her a good maybe 6-7 years. Exton Genesis, did I hear that? Correct me if I'm wrong. but you want to know how they often hunt. Yeah, this is a cat, and cats hunt when there is an opportunity. You know, take a cat and give it some food, then put something in front of it where that is live, it will go for it again. Very much the same with lions. They will hunt, and if while eating another opportunity prevails itself, they will hunt, and while killing that, another one comes, they will hunt, so they can kill as many times as an opportunity, prevails itself. I have seen a lioness kill 3 zebras in about 15 minutes. And I have come across one of the Olololos quite some times back that had 5 wildebeest kills within a distance of about 100 meters square. So they will hunt wherever an opportunity prevails itself. They are built for killing, and I cannot blame them. Yes, I'm staying here with these beautiful lionesses, see what they're up to, and we're gonna take you somewhere else.
I think those lions might be having a good time. Now, our giraffes has led us to these lions here. I was definitely sure that these giraffes were definitely watching over something. Could be these lions are walking, and the reason why these giraffes decided to follow, because from a long distance away, you can't really tell if there are lions around here. So my guess is these lions were walking, trying to find some shade because it's warming up right now. And then the giraffes happened to have seen them walking towards here and followed them slowly. So thanks to the giraffe, we found these 2 lionesses. They look super healthy. It's that time of the day when there's nothing much happening, but I'm sure we are just close to a little stream, so these lions might take an advantage of whoever might come to drink water here. Look at how big these lionesses are. They're super big. Oh, that's a big yawn. These are coming from the Ololo Pride also. So I think Isaac has some of the Ololo Pride lionesses, and we have 2 here. So this is a big pride actually. It's a big pride, and we're sure that this will be exciting. So thank you so much for watching. We've been having a very good time this morning, and sure to join us again this afternoon or evening, and we'll be coming here to you live here in the Masai Mara. So thanks for joining, thanks for watching, thanks for your questions, thanks for your comment, and all those exciting comments that have come in. I'm looking forward for a name of that hyena matriarch. So we'll be coming to you again live at 1600 hours East African time, 1500 hours Central African time hours. So thank you so much. As you're watching these lions here, we're sure to join you or join us again this evening and tomorrow morning at the same place, and you stay tuned. And we always say give thanks to you guys watching, all your comments and likes and questions. See you again this afternoon.